Deputy President, ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated.
Thank you very much, General and South African Police Service for the rendering of the national anthem. My name is Seiso Mohai. Together with Ntate Sikhupi Malebo, we will be program directing this very important occasion of farewell to Ntate Terror Lekota. Fellow mourners, comrades, we are here to lay to rest on one of our own, Ntate Terror Lekota. Born in the heart of the Free State, raised with the spirit of revolutionary fires. Ntate Lekota's story is one of courage, resilience, and unwavering dedication to the fight for justice. And as we'll be going through this program, where many of the dignitaries that are present here today will be helping us to understand the life and times of Ntate Terror Lekota. And I want to first of all, honorable mourners that are here, I recognize all the Lekota family members here, and also recognize the Deputy President of the Republic, Ntate Paul Mashatile, and Mayor Mashatile, and former presidents, Ntate Thabo Mbeki, and Ntate Kgalema Lebomme. We also recognize all the premiers that are here, speakers of the National Assembly or provincial legislatures that are here as well, deputy ministers, ministers that are here, members of the diplomatic corps, executive mayors and mayors, leaders of political parties, traditional leaders, Khosi, Khadi, Moroka, our honored veterans, leaders of business, ladies and gentlemen. We really, on this occasion, where we will be talking about this great giant, re tlo boloka kwakwariri ya ntwa ya tokoloho ka hare ho naha ya Afrika Borwa, Ntate Terror Lekota. Ba bangata re a tseba menyabuketso ya hae le hore na e ne le motho ya jwang. Me he ke tlo kopa hore ho tlo ba le opening prayer. Re tlo qala pele ka thapelo. We'll start with the opening prayer. And I can go hore Muruti a tshwantseng a tlo etsa opening prayer atle ke a leboha.
Come, let us pray. Our Father, as we are gathered here in grief and mourning, we pray for your comfort as we commemorate the life of Ntate Terror Lekota. We pray that you will be with us. We not only invite you into this place, we ask you to guide us. We pray specifically for the family, and we ask you to help us in remembering and honoring the life of Ntate Terror Lekota. This we pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Dumelang bagolo. Good morning. Khotso. Re utlwile botlhoko e le ruri empaneng matsatsi a mabedi a fetileng we got the start of what is today a therapeutic funeral to help us to ease the pain and start to learn to live with the man no longer in his physical being. I wish to request welcome remarks from the Premier of our beloved province, Mayor Makwin Mitso. Ke ne ke kopa temana e le nngwe fela re a o boka morena motho o lo na le lentswe le le molodi a tlhekele
Ntate Seiso Mohai le Ntate Sekhupi Malebo. Ka le pele ke ise hlompho to the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Ntate Paul Mashatile. Ke ise hlompho to former President Sarona, Ntate Mutlante, Ntate Thabo Mbeki, le ba le tsamayang le bona. The Lekota family, members of the National Assembly and NCOP, members of the legislature from different provinces, Isehlongpo to premiers from Northern Cape, I also you, Zamani, the leadership of the African National Congress, the leadership of COPE, the organization to which Mr. Lekota belonged to, the leadership of government across all spheres, leaders of different political parties, esteemed guests, and fellow South Africans. The moments in the life of a nation when words struggle to carry the weight of memory. Unfortunately, today is such a moment. Today we gather not only to mourn, but to reflect on the life of a man whose journey was inseparable from the long and painful march of our people towards freedom. Comrade Terror Lekota belonged to that generation of South Africans who confronted injustice not as an abstract idea, but as a daily lived reality. It was a world that the great protest song Strange Fruit, made famous by singer Billie Holiday, tried to capture with haunting simplicity. In its opening line, the song magnifies the chilling words, and I quote, "Southern trees bear a strange fruit," close quote. These words spoke of a world disfigured by racism and cruelty, a world in which the dignity of the black person was denied and human life was made to hang vicariously at the mercy of prejudice. It was against such a world that Comrade Terror rebelled. Comrade Terror was among those young South Africans who, when confronted by the injustice and brutality of apartheid, resolved that their lives would not be lived in quiet submission. In the alternative, they chose a long and difficult road of struggle. As a young activist, Comrade Terror was shaped by the South African Student Organization and the commanding intellectual awakening inspired by the radical black consciousness movement. The great martyr of that movement, Steve Biko, would contend that, and I quote, "The great powers of the world may have done wonders in giving the world an industrial and military look, but the great gift still has to come from Africa, giving the world a more humane face." For many young South Africans of that era, including Comrade Terror Lekota, these were not just philosophical words, but as summons to reclaim the dignity of the oppressed masses of our people and to achieve a truly egalitarian and democratic society. His political journey carried him into the ranks of the United Democratic Front, a revolutionary mass democratic movement which united communities, churches, workers, student and civic organizations into a powerful force for liberation. Like many of his generation, he paid dearly for his commitment to freedom. At the young age of 25, he was imprisoned on Robben Island, where he remained from 1974 until 1983. The Robben Island prison became a diabolical site intended to break the political will of our people. Yet, it achieved the opposite. It strengthened the resolve of those who would later lead our nation. Soon after his release, he again found himself in the dock during the Delmas treason trial, easily one of the longest political trials in our country's history. These experiences shaped the character of the man we remember and celebrate today. When the democratic breakthrough came in 1994, the people of South Africa turned to those who had fought for freedom to help build the nation they had helped liberate. Tate Lekota answered that call. He was entrusted with the responsibility of serving as the premier of our province. Those were years of enormous transition. The old order had collapsed, but the institutions of the new democracy were still fragile. Provinces had to be built almost from scratch. The administration had to be transformed, and a society divided by history had to begin the difficult work of healing. In that moment of transition, the responsibility of leadership was immense. As Premier Tate Lekota understood that public office carried with it a moral obligation to the people. He believed deeply in the principles of fairness, justice, and good governance. He insisted that the new democratic state must be guided not by patronage, but by the rule of law and accountability. Those who worked with Tate Lekota will attest to that he carried his understanding of leadership into the office of government. He believed that democracy would only endure if those entrusted with power exercise it with humility and integrity. Of course, principles have a curious way of complicating political life. For Ntate Lekota, his insistence on good governance sometimes placed him at odds with those who believe politics should be conducted differently. This occasionally produced tensions with younger and exuberant political figures who would later travel their own path in the corridors of power. One might say without hesitation that Ntate Lekota's stubborn attachment to principle made him somewhat incompatible with a political culture that later came to dominate parts of our public life. History, after all, sometimes places in sharp contrast those who seek to build institutions and those who seek to capture them. Program Director, I am reminded of a scripture from the book of Micah, 6 verse 8, which read, and I quote, "Do justice, love mercy, and walk humbly with God." Comrade Terror's life was a living embodiment of the scripture from the prophet Micah, a call to do justice, to love mercy, and to walk humbly. His courage reminds us today more than ever that true leadership cannot be separated from conscience. A leader without conscience is merely a manager of power. A leader with conscience like Ntate Lekota becomes a moral compass to the nation. Yet, throughout these trials, Comrade Terror remained guided by principled conviction that public office must be used to empower the people, not to enrich the powerful. To borrow from Kwame Nkrumah, and I quote, "The independence of a nation is meaningless unless it improves the lives of the people," and close quote. This belief that freedom must translate into justice, dignity, and opportunity is precisely what animated the generation to which Comrade Terror belonged. His journey later took him to the National Council of Provinces, where he continued to serve for democracy. Thereafter, he was redeployed to serve as Minister of Defense under President Thabo Mbeki, where he helped guide the transformation of our defense force and marshal it into alignment with our constitutional imperatives. Yet, through all these roles, he remained a true servant of the people at heart. Comrade Terror belonged to a generation of public servants who believed, as he did, that the destiny of a nation is shaped by the ethical choices of those entrusted with power. He believed that leaders must be guided by principle, that public power must be exercised with humility, and that the interests of the people must always stand above personal ambition and interest. History will record that he was not a passive observer. He was not a passive observer in the making of the democratic South African reality. He was an active participant who raised his hand and said, "Count me among those who will serve." The best tribute we can pay to Comrade Terror is not merely to speak kindly of him today, but to recommit ourselves to the values that guided his life. These values are service, integrity, courage, and unwavering dedication to the people. On behalf of the Free State Provincial Government, we welcome you, Honorable Deputy President, former President. We welcome all the distinguished delegation of leaders, past and present, and indeed every person gathered here to pay their last respect to this freedom fighter. Re amoela setšhaba kaofela se tlileng kwano, re re dintja re di fasolotse, a re mo tsamaiseng ka kgotso. Thank you.
Ke a leboga mme wa rona mopremiere motlotlegi wa province ya rona ya Free State. Ke etsa boipiletšo gore mo dibuing tsa rona tsotlhe mo programeng go šupiwa nako o le fiwang gore le ka bua ka yona, mme morago ha nako yo re bona e gobala ke tlama ka mabedi. Ons verwys na ons program dat al die eerlike mense wat hier is saam met ons in die program daar die lyse het name en voor die name is daar tyd geskrywe hoe lank u kan ons spreek gee. Kya lopa that those who are going to pay tributes on the program, there's an indication of the amount of time that has been allocated. Humbly, let's work together with that. We are under pressure not only of arriving at the graveyard in time, but also for some other logistics related to traveling of people to come here. Family, intumile gore ki biletse mo go Dr. Mokoena Potol to do the obituary. Jaka re itse so se wontleg harira obituary ra ema go supa tlotlo ya bophelo bo ba mogaka. As usual, when obituary is read, we all rise to pay our last respect.
Motsamaisi wa mosebetsi lebitso ha se Mokoena ke Mokena Photolo. Good morning, distinguished guests, members of Lekota family, leaders of government, friends and fellow South Africans. Today we remember and honor the life of Mr. Musiwa Gerrit Patrick Terror Lekota. During his early life, Mr. Musiwa Gerrit Patrick Lekota was born on the 13th of August 1948 in Senegal, Free State, formerly known as Orange Free State. He was the eldest of 9 children, born into the working class family. He began his schooling at Emma Farms School in Senegal before moving to Kroonstad, where he completed his primary education. He obtained his junior certificate at Mariazell High School before matriculating at St. Francis College, Maria Hill outside Durban. In his youth, he was an accomplished footballer with formidable skill and determination on the field, and the nickname Terror, and the name that will later synonymous with his fearless political activism. During his early political activism, Comrade Lekota's political consciousness developed while he was a student at University of the North, now the University of Limpopo, in early 1970s. He became involved in student politics and joined South African student organization, SASO. When SASO organizer Mr. Onkgopotse Tiro was forced into exile in 1973, Mr. Lekota stepped into a role. In 1974, he and 8 other SASO and Black People Convention leaders were arrested after organizing Viva Frelimo rallies to celebrate Mozambique independence. They were charged under the Terrorism Act and sentenced to imprisonment on Robben Island, where Comrade Lekota spent 6 years as a political prisoner. Words from the prison. From the prison, he wrote to his daughter, "Above them all, my dear, I'm in prison for the sake of peace, for our country and the world. I'm in a prison so that our generation may live to yours, and later generation and country and the world that has the greatest potential for progress." During his mass democratic struggle, after his release in 1982, Mr. Lekota immersed himself in the growing mass democratic movement. In 1983, he became one of the most founding members of United Democratic Front, UDF, and was elected National Publicity Secretary at its launch. In 1985, he was arrested with other UDF leaders in what became known as Delma's treason trial. In 1988, Comrade Lekota and fellow activist Mr. Popo Molefe, Mr. Mos Chikani, and Mr. Tom Mantata were convicted and sentenced to lengthy prison terms. The convictions were later overturned on appeal, and the accused were released on 15th of December 1989, after spending 4 years and 6 months in detention. During his leadership in South Africa, following the unveiling of African National Congress in 1990, Mr. Lekota played an important role in rebuilding democratic political structures. In 1981, he was elected to the ANC National Executive Committee and later served on its National Working Committee. Over the next decade, he held several important public offices: Premier of Free State from 1994 to 1996, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces from 1997 to 1999, Minister of Defense from 1999 to 2008, and National Chairperson of ANC from 1997 to 2007. Formation of the Congress of the People in October 2008. Former minister wrote what became widely known as divorce letter to the ANC, expressing concern that organization was departing from the values of Freedom Charter. He subsequently resigned as the Minister of Defense and helped convene a people convention that led to the formation of the Congress of People, COPE, launched in Bloemfontein in December 2008. He served for many years as a president of COPE and remained as active participant in South African democratic discourse. During the parliamentary leadership, as president of COPE and a member of parliament, the former minister remained a respected voice in national debates about governance, accountability, and the future of South African democracy. He argued strongly for constitutional democracy, responsible governance, and the rule of law. Colleagues across the political spectrum respected him for his fearless contribution during parliamentary debates, as his unwavering commitment to democratic accountability. A nation salute a patriot. Mr. Musiwa Terror Lekota stood like a baobab in the landscape of South African history for more than half a century. His life journey paralleled the defining chapters of the nation's story, from the struggle against apartheid to the imprisonment on Robben Island to the building of our country's constitutional democracy. The passing of Musiwa Gerrit Patrick Terror Lekota evokes a profound sense of loss for his family, comrades, colleagues, and the nation he served with unwavering dedication for more than 5 decades. South Africa mourns the passing of extraordinary patriot, a courageous freedom fighter, political prisoner, statesman, parliamentarian, devoted father and grandfather, and a leader whose life became inseparable for the country-long journey towards freedom, justice, and democracy. In terms of family life, beyond politics, Mr. Lekota was a devoted family man. He was preceded in death by his daughter and 3 siblings, He survived by his wife, Mrs. Terror Lekota, 6 children, 5 grandchildren, 5 siblings, and extended family, who cherished his wisdom, humor, and guidance. Robala ka kgotso tshele. Ha ne ithoka unari. Ke musia motobatsi. Motho wa mantha tshebe di ome. Di omela mo go batlung. Di omela ka ntle mabaleng. Moya o hlakae. Ba ke ntse mafika le majwe. Ke motho wa botshele le lituka. Ka tshele ke tshella mang. Ke tshella le bajwa le nkwanyane. Ke motho wa ho bua. A re ke kitikimile. O tletse go se fela tholo. Ke khane ya pere. Pere e tshweu. Ke tloa manga o mpeng e tshweu sengangata. Ke a tsamaya ke ha morena mopedi botshabelo. Ke a kena. Ke kena Thabanchu ba golong. Ha morena a mo hoka. Ke be ke kena hae Lesotho. Ke kopane le morena Letsie. Ha ke fika ha morena Letsie. Ke a hae Tsieng. Ke a hae Basieng. Ke lo kopana le bana ba heso. Ke lo kopana le magwesana. Ke lo kopana le bana ba heso. Bolati le bobuti. Ke lo kopana le mme moswadi. Ke kopane le ntate wa ka, ntate Bapiloko. Ke kopane le basia ba baholo bo le bajwa le nkwanyane ya gaola yaya.
Re a leboha re ka nka ditulo tsa rona. Re kopa le qetelle ka ona hape modietsane o monate o. Ka nnete enwa ke e mong wa bahale naheng ena ya rona ya Afrika Borwa. Jwale re tla temaneng ena hore there are different generations of leaders here. There are many comrades who share trenches with terror directly, who crisscross the country, who work particularly to entrench the pillar of mass mobilization in our country to ensure all sectors of our communities were mobilized and machinery oiled to ensure that we dismantle the system of apartheid in South Africa. I am going to ask Comrades Dr. Diliza Mji, Comrade Trevor Manuel, and Comrade Popo Molefe. They will come and take their seats here so that one after the other, these comrades who particularly inspired us within the ranks of the youth movement. So I'll ask Dr. Diliza, who is not a stranger in Bloemfontein, because the father was a pastor, he also stayed in Bloemfontein. So Bloemfontein has always enjoyed a very central position in the country of South Africa. Many leaders have passed or find themselves crossing across the Bloemfontein area. Dr. Mji, you're welcome.
Thank you, Program Director. Deputy President Paul Mashatile, former presidents, Honorable Premier, interim leadership of COPE, dignitaries and esteemed fellow mourners. I ought to begin by thanking the family for asking me to pay the tribute to our beloved comrade Terror Lekota. This is based, I am sure, on the fact that Comrade Terror cut his teeth in politics in Durban, where we spent time together. And I'm going to confine my talk about Comrade Terror to those early days when we started to join the struggle. Of course,
You will recall, ladies and gentlemen, that the 1960s were a difficult time politically. The first decade of repression coincided with the banning of the liberation movement. And we, as young people, as student leaders in the South African Student Organization, picked up the baton from the banned movements. I first met Comrade Terror Lekota in 1972, 54 years ago, at the St. Peter's Seminary in Hammanskraal, where SASO had its third General Students' Council. I have no doubt that the controversy that erupted around the president's speech at that conference, wherein, amongst other things, he suggested that we begin to engage with people who differ with us politically, such as even the security police. We were so incensed by that statement. And Comrade Terra and us, Jeff Barkwa and others, we really, I think, in retrospect, were hardened against collaborators from that moment onwards. He was asked to leave and he was dismissed from the organization. Come the 1970s, this now was a decade of revival with the advent of Black consciousness. I met Comrade Terra again after the June conference at the December conference in Edendale Ecumenical Center, where we were reviewing the resolutions of conference. I cannot forget how we were so inspired by slogans like, "I am Black and I'm proud." "Black is beautiful." "Black man, you are on your own." After this conference, we then proceeded to live together in Claremont because he was expelled from TEFLOP, or he walked out rather, and became employed by the South African Student Organization, which was based in Beatrice Street in Durban. We stayed in Claremont together, and I recall the day when he, on returning from Robben Island after his first stint, we tried to penetrate the trade union movement in Durban. We got him to work with us in the General Workers' Union, which was based at the Point. We had no sooner got him in there as a trade union organizer than the leadership of the union, which was white and workerist in its orientation, organized that we get him, he be expelled from the union because he was a petty bourgeoisie, that's what they said, who wanted to hijack the workers' struggle. The rest followed. From there, he joined the UDF and then became a very prominent leader in the UDF, as we have heard. In 1989, we were both appointed co-conveners of the ANC in Southern Natal. Comrade Terra and I co-opted a number of other members to the committee, such as Alec Ewan, Spoon Debele, Comrade Achi Gumede, And within a 9-month period, we had established 100 branches in the Southern Natal region. It really baffles me even today how, when the first conference of the Southern Natal region was held, he was not promoted to become the first elected chairman of the province. As we know, he left in 1990 for the Free State and became the premier of the province. Those were the difficult days, ladies and gentlemen, where Comrade Terror showed his commitment, his loyalty to the struggle, his unwavering determination to free our people, his energetic demeanor, and a good communication skills. I am honored to have been present at his burial today and to pay a tribute to his lifelong struggle, life of struggle. And I'd like to conclude by thanking the family, but also to pay tribute to Cynthia Shange Lekota, who throughout the difficult years stood by his partner and spouse and bore him a number of children and did not forsake him for the reason that he was always out of the family, in prison, on Robben Island, etc. I think that has to be emulated and praised for what it is. It was a great, great contribution, Comrade Cynthia, that you have made, and I'd like to register our appreciation for you. Long live the spirit of Comrade Terror. Long live the struggle for complete freedom. Thank you.
Sir. Thank you. Kabelo ya kae yentle kale tati lena ki khete sihantle kinki le mo rena oh morena ya musa ki uneha bilu lentela ka kilegina Jesus
Amen.
Jesus
Amen.
Jesus
Amen. Amen.
Yes.
Ke a leboga moopedi wa rona. Keletso ya rona ne le gore fetise bontate ba bararo ba ka go latelana, mme moraga moo e tla be le gone re biletsang mo difeleng. Ke a leboga ntate Manuel.
Thank you, Program Director Comrade Malebu. Dumelang. Good morning to all. Let me greet Cynthia and the family, Kotani sitting next to you, the rest of the family, Deputy President Paul Mashatile, former President Mbeki, and Mutlanti. Comrades and friends, thank you very much. Like Dr. Mg before me, I want to express sincere appreciation to the family for the invitation to be here with you today. We gathered to take leave of the giant-hearted Musiwe Lekota. He was a giant heart in every respect, and when a giant heart leaves, it offers us an opportunity to reflect on their life, but also to peer into our collective hearts as a nation. One of the features of this funeral today is that the colors of so many political organizations are represented here, because in many respects, Musiwe Lekota was bigger than any political organization. There are people here from the BC movement that he was part of before the ANC, from the ANC, from COPE, from the PAC, from every conceivable political organization, because that was in the nature of his being. There were some things he didn't give up on. He was a buccaneer for life, but in political choice, he was able to move on. In fact, I know that he died a very happy man after the 3-0 drubbing of some team the weekend before his passing. But that was Terror Lekota. That was him alive to every aspect of being Lekota. Part of what we understand about ourselves as a people is that South Africans have summoned up the courage to forgive those who perpetrated apartheid against us. But sometimes small political differences appear unresolvable, and I think Terror's life and experience was largely in contrast to that. The reality, of course, about everything he did was the force of his personality was bigger than any constraints it presented. He was but, as the Premier said, 24 when the Sasso trial started. He was released in 1982. And no sooner was he released, and I just want to correct something. He didn't join the UDF. He was part of the formation of the UDF from 1983. He was a builder, he was a visionary, he was determined in every possible way. And so, with the formalities of the UDF, you didn't properly need an election. Comrade Popo there was the General Secretary, and Terror Lekota was the public face of the UDF. He took struggle into small towns in a way that previously had been quite unfashionable. But it's also important to remind ourselves that this life, he came out of prison in 1982 and was virtually immediately ready to take on the next challenge to build the UDF. No gap between. And we sometimes treat this in a very macho way. We say, well, it's like the rites of passage. It's just like going to initiation school, going to Robben Island, going to detention. The truth is something very different. You know, he wrote in that wonderful collection called Letters to My Daughter, every chapter starts with the words, my dearest Chabi. And every chapter ends with the words, your loving dad. But he writes in the introduction, during these years I realized how multifaceted the struggle is. We were not only subjected to hard labor, but also cut off from our families to such an extent that we became strangers to each other. Located on an island far, far away from our families, we had visits that were short, few, and far between. Under those trying conditions, several families collapsed. We were fighting the struggle on a front we'd not previously anticipated. There were days when one preferred solitude, and I was no exception. On such days, I preferred to stay with my thoughts and feelings, but I always used to invite Chabi from the distant northern Natal country village of Ngutu, where she was raised by a grandmother, my mother-in-law. There's a depth of feeling that we sometimes gloss over in this need to be heroes. And Terror was brave and bold enough to bring that through in the letters to Masachaba, who, as we heard earlier, predeceased him by all of 3 decades. That painful reminder from Comrade Terror is that we mustn't be glib about who we are and where we come from. It takes a lot to advance struggle, but we must also remember that leaders are human beings and suffer from all the foibles and feebles that everybody else does. As publicity secretary of the UDF, he was indefatigable. He would get into a car and drive and stop in small towns and talk to people. He wasn't for the big cities and the rallies. He was happiest when he was amongst the people. And that was such a great hallmark. And if you look at the history of the UDF from 1983 August until July 85, when the first state of emergency was declared after the Craddock funeral, it was 23 months, but 23 intense months of building struggle, of taking it broadly. And you can't look at that period in the history of this country without understanding the strength, the determination, and the adrenaline of Terror Lekota. He seemed to be driven by that adrenaline and big buckets of a fried chicken whose name I can't remember. But he went around like that across the length and breadth of the country. And we were very concerned. I'm sure Comrade Popo, if he had time, would tell you about how we battled to slow terror down. In this short period that he was out and publicity secretary of the UDF, he rolled 3 cars. And he rolled those cars, and there were periods of detention in between. He was going through cars at the rate of 1 every 9 months. But that was his determination, his energy, and he rushed from place to place and would get there and spend time with people and slowly listening to them and convincing them about struggle. And during this period, we laughed much. One of the features of Terror Lekota, and you can see it in all the pictures, he laughed. He laughed loudly, he laughed with gusto, and he was a great raconteur who could repeat stories. There's a great gift that many of the people on Robben Island have, and that is to tell stories. And every time they tell the story again and again, you laugh anew. There's more energy in the story, and that was Terror Lekota. But apart from the laughter, we were able to sit down and plot and plan and take responsibility for what we would do to bring down the apartheid regime. And he always reached out to people who were different from him. I think we all know that Terror Lekota was at his happiest as Mosotho, dressed in his blanket and hat, but he was more at home as well in reaching out to other people. When he became premier, there were some of these very recalcitrant Afrikaner farmers. He would pick up the phone and say, "Ek kom Sondag by jou braai." And if they say, "No, no, no," he'd say, "Ek kom." And that was the building of a non-racial presence in a part of the country that had not quite understood what that non-racialism was about. He conducted himself in this way. I'm saying he was the proudest Mosotho, happiest in his Kobo and his Mokoroto. The diversity of ourselves as a people was part of what shaped him. But he also didn't suffer fools. The Premier said we must tell all the stories, and there's an important story. Comrade Terror was Premier for a short 2 years. He was recalled because he wasn't going to suffer fools, and he went onto the radio and called out their bad behavior. He was loved because he was as honest as he was in all his interactions. And sometimes he was obstinate and he was difficult, but that didn't detract from the love that so many have had for him. The obstinacy was part of his charm. He would take offbeat positions on all manner of issues and then say, "Hey, okay, I'm sorry, I retract." But that was Terror. I want to end this little tribute with a wonderful poem from the Chilean poet Pablo Neruda. His great poem, "So Is My Life," speaks to how we knew Terror. He writes, "My duty moves along with my song. I am not, that is my destiny. I exist not if I cannot attend to the pain of those who suffer. They are my pains. For I cannot be without existing for all who are silent and oppressed. I come from the people and I sing for them. My poetry is song and punishment. I am told you belong to the darkness. Perhaps, but I walk to the light. I am the man of bread and fish, and you will not find me among books, but with women and men, they have taught me the infinite. Rest in peace, our dear comrade and friend. You'll be sorely missed. Thank you.
Program Director, the Lekota family, the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, esteemed mourners. I am honored and privileged to have been chosen from amongst very many comrades to speak at this very solemn occasion of the burial of Comrade Terror Lekota. I speak not therefore for my family and myself, but I speak for thousands of comrades, friends, and even millions of South Africans whose lives Comrade Terror touched and who would have liked to be here with us, but were limited by time and space. Dear Cynthia Kotani Makubutu, Kopano, Laurent Palesa, Luan, and all of you, the siblings of Terror. We think that the big hand of tragedy that has visited you before has once again touched you. And it touched many of us, and it touched the entire nation, because as Trevor said, Terror was larger than life, was a national hero and a national leader. His work and its impact reverberated across the length and breadth of the Republic of South Africa. As we stand here today, therefore, our hearts go out to all of you, joining many South Africans who are conveying their condolences to you on this huge loss that you have suffered. We join hands in prayer that your souls and broken hearts may be healed. And we say this because we believe that God is near those with broken hearts. Today, as we lay Terror to his remains to rest, we do not just mourn his death, but we celebrate his life. As Trevor pointed out, his journey of life is a tapestry of episodes and struggle phases that brought all of us the political freedom that we currently enjoy. He was a student activist, leader of the South African Student Organization, underground operative of the ANC, and transitioned to building of mass grassroots organization, which culminated in the formation of the biggest coalition of organizations of the people, the United Democratic Front. This was the biggest front since the Congress Alliance. But at the same time, the struggles that was unfolding led to the resurgence of the trade union movements, which led to the formation of single federations, such as COSATU and the National Federation of Trade Unions. Today we have the South African Federation of Trade Unions, SAFTU. The common thread that ran through all of these phases of our struggle was a determination to dismantle the apartheid system. The apartheid system, which was a common cause of anguish to all South Africans. That dismantlement of apartheid was a unifying goal under the overarching liberation movement, consisting of different political organizations, trends, and tendencies. And during that period, countless activists from different organizations and tendencies made enormous sacrifices. Collectively, these episodes represent a continuum of struggle. Each episode was a product of its time and conditions, and the forms and levels of organizations were spawned by the circumstances of that time, and these organizations operated at different times. But one cannot disparage to any extent the role of each phase or each episode of our struggle, each form of organization. All of them collectively contributed to define the freedom that we ultimately got. And the journey of terror, therefore, exemplifies these different episodes of struggle and their accompanying sacrifices. His series of detentions, torture, imprisonment, his courage, his spirit of no surrender, and his determination never to allow the situation that was imposed on us by the oppressive and exploitative system. And he argued that we should not allow the situation we live in to live in us. That message is an eloquent testament of his patriotism. It's an eloquent testament for his love of our people. Comrade Terror belonged to a generation of tried and tested South Africans. It is a generation steeled in the crucible of struggle. A generation whose determination was to dismantle apartheid and usher in freedom and social emancipation. Throughout his life, his character was defined by selflessness and love for South Africa and his people. He believed that living selfishly for oneself and not as part of a collective in the service of society was meaningless. Like a true revolutionary that he was, he understood that his lifelong happiness would derive only from the collective happiness and comfort of society as a whole. The generosity of spirit was the hallmark that defined Terror's character. He was a true revolutionary and a compatriot. He had the wisdom to recognize early enough in his life that the apartheid system had divided communities and society, and that these communities needed to be organized and united in action in the struggle to free South Africa. He had faith in the power of organization and the capacity of the galvanized masses to defeat the system of oppression and exploitation. He understood that the masses, not the individual leaders, were the makers of history. Like many of us, he was sustained by the vision of non-racial, non-sexist, democratic and prosperous South Africa. Like one before his, the generation, like one before Terror's generation, and in pursuit of freedom, he, Terror, participated in the struggle to pursue the goals that those who came before him pursued. And in his sacrifices, determination, courage, he distinguished himself and earned himself the title Hero of the People. I must say I worked with Terror, and I was privileged that from time to time I could accompany him into detention, into some trials, and come out with him and still see this amazing energy that he exuded all the time. He was a resilient guy, tenacious. And in Terror's vocabulary, the word defeat or failure did not exist. He never gave up on the goal he pursued. He was stubborn to the end. He was like a bulldog. The man was brave and strong like a bull. And his exuberance caused him to travel across the length and breadth of South Africa, organizing, talking to activists, and addressing rallies. More often than ever, where Terror has been, there would be resurgence and uprisings, masses mobilized and fighting unrest in those areas. But Terror was by no means a demagogue. He was rational and factual in the presentation of his case to the people, because he believed that people had to be persuaded to understand who we are, where we are going to, and why they must be part of this program that we are leading of liberation of South Africa. Both Terror and I, together with Trevor, were in 1983 elected to the National Executive of the United Democratic Front. Terror and I were charged with the responsibility of setting up the national office, consolidating the 3 regions of the UDF that formed it, build new organizations, and accelerate the launch of 5 other regions that had not been launched: the Northern Transvaal, Northern Cape, the Free State, Eastern Cape, the border region, to make sure that by the end of that year and before the tricameral parliament was implemented, that these organizations were ready to take the challenge to the parliament in Cape Town and Pretoria. So, having been elected to the UDF, mass organization was what we were doing. We traveled throughout the country to small towns like Parys, to Mahole, Huhudi in Vryburg, Kroonstad, where we met with Derek Bloom and got him there into trouble as well, building organization everywhere, meeting with the farmers throughout the country. And I recall one evening when Terror and I were sitting around the fire with Cas Himan. Cas Himan became one of our earlier members of parliament in the Free State. Cas Himan had organized all the farmers for us to address about the changes that the ANC had intended to bring about, because that was now the period after the unbanning of the ANC. And we needed to ensure that we rallied behind the program of the ANC, all these farmers and the Afrikaners, including the right-wingers, to make sure that they become part of that process of nation building and consolidation of the unity of our people. Terror talks about the energy of Terror. That energy got us into trouble. When we left Tumahole at Barrage, the army, the police, the intelligence services were already there, because they were told that Terror and I were in Tumahole inciting the people. Stopped me, found in my car publications of SACTU organized or staff, the Freedom Charter, UDF Declaration, T-shirts of the UDF, and they took each one of them. Terror, in the meantime, had gone to Kroonstad. In Kroonstad, he whipped up the emotions of the people there. And they rose against the local government leaders there. In the Vaal, when we went, the terror moved to the people. So by 1984, when we were in detention, that spirit that inspired the people of the Vaal was still with them. They moved on through protest to demolish all systems, institutions of government, and unfortunately in the process, 5 councillors were killed. We were charged, and when we got charged in the Delmas High Treason, all the things we did in the Vaal, in Tumahule, in Huhudi, and other parts of the country, constituted that long, long indictment, which consisted of the charge of 5 murders, sedition, high treason, public violence, terrorism, and so forth. So all of those things were saying to the Nationalist Party government, these are part of the ANC and Communist Party program of overthrowing the state by violence. But there's a very interesting point one needs to say about terror when we were on trial. When we looked at the indictment and the behavior of the judge, Justice Kies van Dijkhoff, and one of his assessors, we concluded that this is a clear political trial. We will not be acquitted in this trial. The men had found us guilty already. That time, Trevor and them, Vali Musa, they were barred from speaking for the UDF. The UDF was restricted, to all intents and purposes banned. Terror said in his wisdom, this court represents a platform for the UDF and the forces of liberation. We should not be trying to defend ourselves much here. We should be more concerned about conveying the message of freedom to the people of South Africa, to the world as a whole, and to tell the world how great that future that we are working towards is going to be, and how that future is important for the unity of all of South Africans. Of course, it's now recorded history that in that trial, we were all found guilty. We were found guilty, but before we were found guilty, during the trial, suspecting that we were dealing with a Broederbond on the bench, we investigated and found in the book by Breitenbach, the book called Confessions of the Adbilo Terrorist, that the assessor sitting there with Van Dijkhoff, who continued after Van Dijkhoff dismissed the Professor William Joubert, who had told him that, hey man, I don't know, these people are innocent. You complain about their signature campaign. I have signed that declaration because it's an innocent document. Van Dijkhoff couldn't take kindly to that. He fired the assessor on the spot. And when we found that the other one was a Broederbond, we launched an application for a recusal of Van Dijkhoff and that assessor. But of course, he threatened to dismiss our lawyers. So we were found guilty. We had to come back later to lead the campaign for the re-establishment of the ANC. But there were some interesting moments of our time with terror. One day we had a luncheon with a diplomat from the British Embassy as we were trying to lobby international support for the country. And during that luncheon, I was introduced to a drink called Southern Comfort. Southern Comfort. It was a whiskey-flavored liqueur. And every time we went to dinner and supper with Terra, I would say, I want Southern Comfort. And Terra teased me about that. Everywhere we went, he says, this guy, you invite him, even if it is for breakfast, and instead of having coffee, he's going to order Southern Comfort. That was Terra for you, a man with a great sense of humor. But let me conclude now. Trevor talked of Terra, and I said Terra is a bull, brave, and he would not relent in what he was doing. From time to time, we have to say to Terra, Terra, now it's time for you to stop. Go and see your family, man. We have been in the field for too long. Go home. Go and see Cynthia and the children. His life was the struggle for freedom. There was no other life for him because the struggle was in his DNA. So he was that kind of a man. He would work not sleepy. One time he drives there in the Villiers Street in town, and he drives into the shopping center with a red Corolla 1.6. He was very tired because he was not resting. That was Terra for you. Now, finally, I think what all of these things that we have said about Terra is that Terra was part of the great generation of heroes whose determination and sustained service to humanity inspired in us indomitable faith and hope in the future that we're building. Hope in the non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, and prosperous South Africa. May Terra soul rest in peace.
Long live the fighting spirit of Comrade Terror Lekota, long live. The trio, Dr. Deliza, Comrade Trevor, and Comrade Popo, reflected on a portrait of a generation Terror Lekota's milestones, and herein lies the significance of an unwavering dedication to fighting against apartheid and his commitment to public service, and what later shaped the transition to South Africa's democracy. Now what we'll do is to request the Secretary General of the African National Congress, Comrade Fikile Mbalula, to come forward When we recover some time, we will allow the rendering of an item. At this moment, let's hit ground running and allow the Secretary General Fikile Mbalula, who needs no introduction. Here is back home. That's where revolutionary fires were banned. So may I request Comrade Secretary General Fikile Mbalula to pay tribute.
Thank you very much, program directors. Comrade Seiso Mohai and Comrade Sekhupi Malebo. The Lekota family, Mewaruna au Cynthia Lekota. Libana ba Comrade Terror Lekota. Bomalume, ditlolo le ditlolo. Eno ntate mohulwane wa rona ne le senatla ara dinatla. Deputy President Paul Mashati thank you to our government for honoring this giant. Comrade Presidents of the Republic, former President of the ANC, Comrade Thabo Mbeki, and President of the Republic, former President of the Republic, and former Secretary General of the ANC, Comrade Kgalema Motlanthe. These two comrades in Mafikeng were given a mandate by the African National Congress to lead. And among those who were given that mandate as national chairperson to lead alongside them was Comrade Patrick Musiwa Terror, members of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. The leadership of COPE, led by Comrade Tebu Luate, in the trenches of struggle, and all comrades of COPE. Thank you for inviting us here and the Lekota family, the African National Congress, to grace this occasion and deliver a speech. Leaders of different political parties, kokwahluka-hluka kwazo ezikhoyo of his convictions. He was not a man who sought comfort in silence when truth demanded to be spoken. He was a man who believed that leadership requires courage, the courage to confront injustice, even when doing so invites misunderstanding or criticism. Comrade Lekota possessed that rare quality of the genuine revolutionary. He understood that freedom must always be defended, even after it has been achieved. He believed deeply that democracy helping to build the democratic institutions of our country. Throughout his life, Comrade Terror remained a man of principle. He believed that leadership must always be guided by conscience. He believed that power without moral purpose becomes dangerous. And he believed that the liberation movement must remain faithful to the values that inspired the sacrifices of generations of freedom fighters. What led Comrade Terror to serve us as the ANC with divorce papers and formed COPE was because he was arguing that the ANC have veered away from its very values, and why he joined the African National Congress. Sometimes this commitment to principle meant that he stood apart and was misunderstood. Sometimes it meant that he spoke uncomfortable truths. But history teaches us that progress is often driven by those who are prepared to think independently and act with integrity. Comrades and friends, the passing of Comrade Terror Lekota reminds us that the struggle for justice is never the work of one generation alone. Each generation receives the torch of freedom from those who came before, and each generation carries the responsibility of passing it forward. Musiwa Terror Lekota was not just part of the struggle against apartheid. He was one of its firm and determined leaders. After his release from Robben Island in 1982, where he had been imprisoned for his work with the South African Students' Organization, Comrade Terror Lekota returned to the struggle with renewed determination. When the UDF was launched in 1983, he became one of its key organizers and served as its national publicity secretary, helping to mobilize communities and strengthen the growing mass movement against apartheid. His work helped organize ordinary people to stand together against injustice and to speak out against oppression. At a time when the apartheid government tried to silence opposition through fear, arrests, and repression, Comrade Terror helped build a strong nationwide movement of grassroots resistance. His leadership and courage made him a target of the regime, which led to his arrest and prosecution in the Delmas treason trial. The trial was more than a court case. It was an attempt by apartheid state to label the struggle for freedom as a crime. Like many leaders of his generation, Comrade Terror faced this challenge with courage. History has since recognized his role as part of the broader fight for South Africa's freedom. Even during the period when he led the Congress of the People, Comrade Terror Lekota never concealed what his political heart truly rested with the ANC and its historic mission. He reminded us time and again that our freedom must never drift from the proud traditions of the Congress movement or abandon the guiding vision of the Freedom Charter. His message was simple but firm. The struggle was never about positions or platforms, but about remaining faithful to the principles that united our people in the fight for freedom. The life of Comrade Lekota stands as a reminder that patriotism is not measured by words alone. It is measured by the courage to serve the people honestly. It is measured by the willingness to defend democratic values even when it is difficult. It is measured by the determination to build a society founded on dignity, equality, and justice. Today, we bid farewell to a veteran of the liberation struggle, a patriot who dedicated his life to the service of South Africa, a man whose journey reflected both the triumphs and the challenges of our democratic project. As we lay Comrade Terror Lekota to rest, we do so knowing that the earth does not simply receive what is buried within it. The earth nurtures seeds, and from seeds, new life emerges. The life of Comrade Lekota is such a seed of hope. From it will grow new generations who will continue the work of building a just and democratic South Africa. Allow me, Program Director, as I conclude, to tell you a story about the seed of hope. In a small village, struck by drought for years, the ground had turned to dust and the rivers ran dry. The villagers, once thriving farmers, had given up planting anything. Nothing grew and hope faded with each scorching day. The village and its people were visited by a winter of despair. Among them was an old man named Eli. One morning he walked out to the edge of his barren field and knelt in the dirt. From a pouch around his neck, he pulled out a single seed, a gift from his father, who had told him, always keep one seed of hope. Neighbors laughed as he dug a tiny hole and planted the seed. What's the point? They said. There hasn't been rain in years, but Eli watered the ground with the little water he could spare. Day after day, he sat by the dry soil, whispering to it, watching the sky, believing. Then one morning, a miracle happened. Clouds gathered, and a soft rain fell. The ground drank from it. A week later, a small green sprout broke forth from the ground. That sprout became a tree, and the tree bore fruit. Its roots reached deep where water still lived. From that fruit came more seeds, and from those seeds, new gardens. The village flourished again. The village flourished again, not just with crops, but with hope. We too have come here today not to build dams. We too have come here today not to drill wells. We too have come here today not to dig fountains. We too have come here today not to construct ponds. We too have come here today not to build lakes and rivers, but we have come here to sow a seed of optimism that one day, with tears of joy, Mother Nature will remember us, her children, and a beautiful leaf of hope will sprout forth from the barren of fields. We are here to join hands to plant the last remaining seed of hope, believing that one day a miracle will happen. Each one of you carries that last seed of hope. When that day finally comes, all of us will say in one accordance that indeed the harvest is plenty, yet the workers are very few. To this mourning family, we have lost a father, to his children, and a devoted husband to his wife, the pillar of your home and the quiet strength that held your family together. To the Congress of the People, we have lost a selfless leader, a man who carried the burdens of leadership with courage and conviction, and who never placed personal comfort above the cause he served. And to the people of South Africa, we have lost a patriot, a son of the soil, who dedicated his life to the struggle for justice, freedom, and the dignity of all our people. Go well, Comrade Musiwa Patrick Terror Lekota, son of the struggle, servant of the people, patriot of our republic. Robala ka khotso Musia, tsamaya hantle motubatsi, motho wa mantsha thebe diome, a spear that shielded our drought, sitlulu sa Tabane, sitlulu sa Batlokwa, sa Makgolokwe le sa Baphuthi. Your journey among us has come to its earthly end, but your contribution to the freedom of this nation will remain written in the history of our people. May your spirit rest in eternal peace, and may the flame of your memory continue to guide the path of freedom. Rabala ka khotso Musia, Comrade Patrick Terror Lekota. Amandla!
Ra leboga mokwala dipharapha, mokwaledi dipharapha. Long live the spirit of Tate Musiwa Lekota, long live. Long live the spirit of Comrade Lekota, long live. Long live the spirit of Comrade Lekota, long live. Long live the spirit of Comrade Lekota, long live. Ka utlwile ka bara yana le teng jaanong yana ke ne ke rela go breaka monopoli ha ntate wa rona ntate Teboho Loate, after rendering the tribute, I'll then ask Ostoko to give us one freedom song, then we'll be moving forward with our program to calling families.
Program directors, Comrade Sesh Mohai and Comrade Sekhupi Malebo, Deputy President Paul Mashatile, former presidents of our country, former President Thabo Mbeki and Kgalema Motlanthe, the Lekota family, the family that in the past 2 weeks had become my family, distinguished guests, members of the Congress of the People, friends, members of our church, the Roman Catholic Church, I recognize you. Here we are today, gathered together with heavy hearts, gathered to bid farewell to our comrade and friend, the founding father of the Congress of the People. As we give Comrade Musiwa Lekota his last deserved send-off, it flashes in my mind the story of Moses from the Bible. And by the way, let me make a declaration and say, I'm neither a priest nor an ardent churchgoer. But this story is found in the books of Deuteronomy 34, chapter 4 to 5. As the scripture readings go, we learn of God showing Moses the promised land. God showed Moses the promised land from a mountain. But we hear and get to know that the very same God said to Moses that he would not cross to the promised land. Program director, interesting again, somewhere we again read about one of the greatest civil rights movements in the United States of America, Dr. Martin Luther King. In this reading again, we learn that Dr. King, on the 3rd of April, told the gathering that God has allowed him to go to the mountaintop, from where he saw the promised land. But he told the gathering that he might not be there with them when they get to the promised land. Isn't it then ironic that we are gathered here today to bid farewell to a man who, through his deeds and his life, must have reached the top of the mountain? In his dedication to freedom of his people and in his gallant fight against injustice, Comrade Terror reached the mountaintop where he saw and dreamt of a promised land. His departure from this earth, unfortunately, just like that of Moses and Dr. King, Comrade Terror never tasted the fruits of his toil. He never reached that promised land with his people. But because we know and understand that one can kill a revolution, but you can't kill one can kill a revolutionary, but you can't kill a revolution. Because revolutionary ideas and ideas live on to inspire upcoming generations. With sorrowful hearts, we are here today to bear testimony to a rich life history. A life history of a freedom fighter that touched many of our hearts and souls in many different ways. As we listen to his life and times being relayed by those who have come into contact with him, our beloved Musiwa Lekota will continue to be remembered that he was a faithful servant of the people. When his life history as the founding father of Congress of the People is finally written, the date of the 2nd of March 2026 will go down as a day that many of the current members of the Congress of the People, former members of the Congress of the People and supporters, and fellow South Africans all woke up to sad news of his passing. A dark cloud has befallen us. It's hanging over our heads and across the corners of this country. On that morning, many of us wished that what we were hearing could only be a dream and not reality. The reason for this feeling was that the news were about the passing of one of this country's gallant patriots. Terror Lekota has been a man whose life has been characterized by the love for the people of South Africa, a courageous freedom fighter who had become symbolic with integrity and anti-corruption. At this point in time, the late president of COPE, Lekota, is leaving us with an opportunity to reflect on ourselves. This country today needs all his sons and daughters to rise up and take up the challenge and finish what he could not finish. Save the little that is still left, so that the next generation does not spit on our graves. Love him or hate him, President Lekota was a constitutionalist, which made him a true patriot because he believed in South Africa, in the South African Constitution. He was more than a political leader because he was a guardian of principle, a man who belonged to the generation that understood sacrifice, a generation that placed the freedom of our nation above personal comfort, and the dignity of people above personal ambition. In the struggle for liberation, Mosiwa stood firm, and in the years of democracy that followed, he became a statesman, a servant of the people whose contribution towards building this nation has been both profound and enduring. President Lekota's life was defined by courage because many at times he would do the unthinkable and tread where we say eagles don't tread. A principled individual very opposed to corruption and maladministration. A patriotic leader who believed in what is right even where it was difficult or unpopular. To him, it did not matter whether that came at a great cost. He lived by the ideals that should shape our nation, deeply believing in non-racialism, a united and just society where every person's dignity is respected. He longed for the days where in a democratic South Africa, the people would go and directly elect a president, a premier, and a mayor of their own choices. This, he believed, will enhance people's voices and ensure a government by the people. All of these, to him, were not mere political ideas, but were the moral foundation of his entire life. Let history remember him as a leader who often stood ahead of his time, because many of the concerns he raised about governance, accountability, and ethical leadership have today become the center to our national discourse. He was clearly what others preferred not to see and warned us, not out of bitterness, but out of the love for the country that he helped to build. Yet, beyond politics and public debates, there was a man, humble, principled, and full of life. Those who worked alongside him will remember him for his integrity, humility, and his unwavering belief that our nation could always be a better society, to the extent that we must never abandon the ideals that gave birth to our democracy. A reflection on his life today must also make us reflect on the responsibilities he leaves behind. The greatest tribute we can offer President Terror Lekota should not be found in our words alone, but should be found in our actions as well. This tribute should be rooted in our commitment and values he championed. Our resolve to honesty, accountability, unity, and service to our people must be beyond measure. Let us honor his memories by defining the principles he defended. Let us honor him by strengthening the democratic values he fought for, and to let us and allow ourselves to honor him by continuing to build a South Africa he envisaged and believed in, a country rooted in justice, equality, and prosperity for all. We must always remember that Comrade Terror leaves behind a legacy of principle and a legacy of unwavering patriotism. Terror Lekota and your children, speaking to you today, it can only be befitting that we thank you for sharing Terror Lekota with the nation and us. To his comrades, colleagues, and friends, honor the journey you traveled together in service to our country and the people of South Africa. May you carry forward the torch he held so high. And finally, may his soul rest in everlasting peace. I thank you.
Konto wesize Sibona bafana abancane amagerila Sibona bafana abancane amagerila Siyacula ngoku Konto wesize asculeni Konto wesize Yiswa Sibona bafana abancane amagerila Isha Sibona bafana abancane amagerila Yiswa Konto wesize Konto wesize Hey Sibona bafana abancane amagerila Hey Sibona bafana abancane amagerila Awukhwela phezu kwebatshele jabula mangisha
Twaza awethu matla all power Agiluk all power re atametse go fitlhella part 2 ya rona mme go betla tsela ya dibui tsa family re kopa a special musical tribute by Sekoto Sekoto me ke tla kopa hore ka nako tsa abina me Ayanda Shange le Mr. Tsele ba ba setse ba ikatametsa mo Ele. Ehe, yone eo. Nna ke bala se se ngotsweng. Askis. Kopa batho ba di-heatera, le ga le di tshwara-tshwara, but ha ke bone go na le improvement, please. A ke re aircon, please.
Dumelang, I hope you're well. And I'm going to do a dedication from the family. And I hope you guys enjoy this one. And I shared my love and condolences to the family as well. Everybody's looking for that something that makes it all complete. You'll find it in the strangest places, places you never knew it could be. Some find it in the faces of their children. Some find it in their lovers' eyes. You can't deny the joy it brings when you find that special thing. You're flying without wings. Some find and sharing every morning. Some in this solitary lives. You'll find it in the words of others. A simple line can make you laugh or cry. You find it in the deepest friendships, the kind you cherish all your life. And when you find that special thing, you'll know just where it ends, and you're flying without wings. And it's so impossible as it may seem. You've got to fight for every dream, 'cause who's to know which one you let go would have made you complete. Well, for them it's waking up beside you to watch the sunrise on your face, to know that I can say I love you at any given time or place. It's little things that only I know. Those are the things that make you mine. And it's like flying without wings, and you're my special thing. You're flying without wings, and you're the place my life begins, and you'll be where it ends. I'm flying without wings, and that's the joy you bring. I'm flying without wings. Thank you.
Dumelang. Maybe you'll respond better when I say Sanbona. The man that we are here to lay to rest was well versed in so many languages. And sometimes his command of isiZulu would betray his intentions. I suspect his dear wife, Antombendle, spent a lot of time lecturing him. In some cases, he'd use deep-seated Zulu words to explain simpler matters. But thank you so much, Program Director. I want to acknowledge the Deputy President of South Africa, Mr. Mashatile, former President Mbeki, and Motlanthe, the Premier of the Free State, where we are, and the broader Lekota family with its different houses, as well as all public representatives of different organizations that are represented here. Program directors, before I proceed with the message that have been tasked to extend on behalf of the Shange and T families, MTI, from KZN, KwaZulu-Natal. Please allow me to, before I extend my speech, but to particularly commend and acknowledge Kotane. If you don't know, Kotane is the shortest man sitting in front. And Kotane, our families want to acknowledge your leadership at a difficult time of when your father was not well. We've seen you, Kotane, leading with humility. We've seen you leading your family quietly alongside your mother. And we've seen you fulfilling tasks with grace on behalf of the entire family, as well as the Shange families. And your father would be very proud of you. We are fully aware that he prepared you well for this season. And we all pray that for the years ahead, that God may grant you wisdom and foresight to fulfill this task. And unfortunately, Kotane, you cannot delegate this function. It is your task to lead your father's house. And today, we're here because you've become an elder despite your age, and we're here to encourage you in particular. So I stand here, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf, as I said, on behalf of the Shang and Mtis families from KwaZulu-Natal. And this is where Mrs. Lekota comes from. Mrs. Lekota is the daughter to the preeminent writer of isiZulu books, O.L. Shange. One of his books was popularly known as Injula Nokjia kwesiZulu. We all trace our roots from our great ancestor, Usanusana Kayamela Kapangandao, Otumagute. And all of us, so most of us, have traveled from different parts of KZN. Many of us have traveled from places like Engutu. I heard Trevor Manuel mentioning Engutu, and we also remember him when he still had that bushy hair, long beard, coming to Engutu in the 80s himself, together with Ubabli God. This is a place where Kotane himself and his late sister, Umaschaba, spent their formative years with our late grandmother. when their father was in prison. There is a lot that can be said about Mr. Lekota's political life, but I'm here to talk about what we observed in his private space outside of the glare of the cameras amongst the family members. In here, we have all the different houses of the Shange family. The 4 houses of our great ancestor, as I said, Usanusana here. We have a representative from one house of the Shange from Nkandla, not that Nkandla, Mr. Mbalula, and Mr. Lekota knew Nkandla very well, and sometimes our grandfather, who was an Anglican priest, he spent many years serving the people of Nkandla. So sometimes today we are reluctant to say we know Nkandla because, you know, of the different contexts that you find today. But Mr. Lekota knew Nkandla very well. He knew the people of Nkandla. He knew all of us. We also have the Shange representative from one house, from Ulundi, again, where one leg of our family tree stays, where one of our grandfather stayed. Again, he knew, forget the politics of it, but he knew Ulundi very well, not just as a politician, but because of the Shange family. But we're all here not just to lay to rest a politician or a public figure. We're here to bid farewell to a man who was known to us as Ubutera for some, Umalumtera for others, and a son to our late grandmother. Despite his time in and out of prison, even young as we were, we all understood that he was fond of our grandmother. Malumtera was a big brother to our uncles, and he was fully integrated into the Shange family structure. He was fully woven into the Shange family fabric. He belonged to us, and we belonged to him. We claimed him as our own, and in that closeness, his politics became our politics. His value systems became our value systems. His worldview became our worldview, and the commitment to service became part of who we are as a family. Just because of him, one man who came to our family as Umkwenyan, as the elders would say, but over time became all that it is about us. Through his tireless work, often carried out under immense personal strains, under immense difficult political conditions, he taught us the meaning of public service. He showed us that the real service demands personal sacrifice. If you want to serve, we learned from him that you give up family time. He was a man who was permanently at work, forever at work. He was not a man to lazy around in the house. You may see him in the late evening, but when you get up in the morning, he will not be around the house. He will be gone. He would have vanished. Not to do anything else, but to fulfill what he considered to be the bigger task of this country. And in order to lead, we also learned that to also pay through your sacrifice to your personal health. As we know, He was a man during his later years who wasn't well. Too many of us, too many among us aspire to leadership and shy away from the sacrifice it requires. Mr. Lekota taught us through example that leadership is not about status, it's not about your station in life. We learned that service to society comes at a price. It's not all about the glory of cameras, and there's nothing about cameras when you are indeed in service for your nation. In public, inspired through his commitment for the well-being of South Africans. In private, within the family, embodied the same compassion and humility. He carried no airs or graces about him. There was no sense of self-importance about him. Whenever he interacted with each one of us, he gave us undivided attention. In his presence, we felt seen, we felt important. He offered counsel generously, without judgment, and recognized the dignity of each one of us, regardless of who we are within the family structure. So his message in politics resonated also within the family. There's so many lessons that we can share about what he would share in private amongst and within the family setup. But I'll highlight just but one about discipline. This was a message that he was very consistent about. He shared, of course, this message through stories. As you know, Mr. Lekota could tell stories in a wonderful and in his own way, but the message was always crystal clear that knowledge is not enough, that all of us, we need to apply ourselves in whatever we do. Encourage us that all of us were agents of change wherever we are. We don't have to hold public office. I don't know anyone of my family and relatives who are active in politics, but good luck if you are there. Other thing he would say is that hope is not enough. Encourage us to individually do something and don't doubt ourselves. And we just needed to do what we needed to do. These lessons were never an invitation to his political world, but rather a call for us to take responsibility for our own lives. Don't expect someone to do something for you. Have a sense of agency about yourself. Many of us, particularly of my generation, are direct beneficiaries of Mr. Lekota's generosity. His home in Westville, Durban, became our home, became a place of safety for all the Shange family members. It became a place of comfort. It became a place of belonging. It was partly a Lekota home, but it became a Lekota Shange home. Through his support, members of my generation within the family were able to access schooling and university opportunities, were able to go to university because of his support. And in most cases, and in some cases, fees were paid for. Again, I come back to the message of his politics and what he did domestically in the family. Those who were ill, like my mother, found refuge in his home for many years with their needs fully met. He stood with us, the full Shange family, during the most difficult times. He buried our family members. He buried our grandmother. He buried our parents. he buried our relatives whenever his demanding schedule allowed. To the broader Lekota family, we are reminded of a very powerful moment that happened exactly 51 years ago, on the 17th of April, 1975. Many here were not born then, but our grandparents, Umkhulu nogogo, they released uAntombenhle from the heart of Zululand to go to the Free State, to go and build the house of Lekota. Might I remind you that their marriage vows were not exchanged in a beautiful church, accompanied by good music and celebration. They were spoken behind quiet prison walls of Pretoria Central Prison, just before he was sentenced to a long-term sentence at Robben Island. That's the commitment that they made to one another. So today, ladies and gentlemen, all of us who are here and those who are not here have traveled this far. We've come here as a broader Shange family. We've come here as witnesses to confirm that indeed the house of Lekota was built. It was built from ground up. It was family built as our grandparents had directed. I have lived in different Lekota family homes. You will not find a picture, a wedding picture in the walls of the family homes of a white wedding dress and what you would expect as a reminder of a wedding day. Precisely because those pictures could not be taken at a point in time when those vows were taken. So in life, Mr. Lekota held different roles. He occupied different positions in society, but his values never changed, whether in a private capacity or in his politics. So as we lay him to rest today, we pray that his value system will be carried out into the future by different generations. Those who are within the family, from the Lekota family, have a bigger duty to carry out his value system forward. And Arobalega Khotso Ntate Lekota, thank you very much.
Ra leboga, re lebogela mafoko a matshediso a tswang ko lapeng lo Shange, re le mo phitlhong ya ga Ntate Lekota, o tlisitse mme wa Lekota e le ngwetsi gompieno ke mma rona. Now we are having the last speaker before we go into the last government program. Ke batla go baakanya phoso ya gore ke ne ke re Ntate Tshele sebui se se latelang sa lesika lo Lekota ke Ntate Terror Lekota. E senyeo le bonang e kwetswe hao ene le utlwa batho ba tlhasa ka yone. So the real name is Terror Lekota. Now, we wished for a very therapeutic burial. Up to so far, when I look at the family, I can see our inner hurt feelings being soothed. Let us soothe those who are broken-hearted like this. Ntate Lekota, as I said, ha ke bitsetsa ntate Tshetla tlo bua, if Mandela is the father of the new South Africa, Lekota is the father of the Free State. Ke a leboga.
Program Director, thank you. Ke rata ho ananela boteng ba Deputy President ya naha Ntate Mashatile, ke ananele boteng ba the former President Ntate Mbeki le Ntate Mutante. Ka lehlohonolo, Program Director e ka sita le mopremiri ba mfokoleditse mosebetsi ka ho ananela bohle ba hlomphehang, e ka sita le mekga yohle yeo Ntate Lekota Mosiuwa ngwaneso a neng a amana le yona. Yes, he is gone. He is gone and left the whole family's hearts broken. Our hearts are not broken for nothing. They are broken because we have a great loss. In spite of all this, I say we can mourn that we have lost, or we can choose to celebrate this God-given gift that is Mosiuwa, our brother. We as a family, friends as well, went to hospital many times and we saw how he fought for his dear life. And he fought fiercely, but at the end, he had to surrender, and surrender he did. He made peace with it, and we as the family must do the same. Outside the family, we could see that Mosiuwa was highly regarded. He was the premier, he was the chairperson of the NCOP, Minister of Defense, President of COPE, and many other organizations. Red carpets could be rolled out wherever he went. But funny enough, in the family, in spite of all that, he never showed or demonstrated even the smallest sign that he was that high person. He was just Mosiuwa. He was just ordinary. He was just humble. He was just one of us. He loved his family very much. I remember when he got out of prison in 1982, he made means to make sure that the family knows he is out of prison. I remember very well that he drove the Corolla car to Wesselsbron, that he was just to let us know that he was out of prison. I can't forget that day. The day I was there, I never knew that there are so many police vans in Wesselsbron. it was like they were patrolling my house. Whenever you looked outside, you would see a police van passing. And we got scared. I asked him, "Hey, Munna, King Ekare, it is our turn now to get arrested." And then he answered me calmly and said, "No, brother, don't worry. It is just a big dust that will soon, very soon, settle down." Coming to the closeness of the family, he once came to my house with Maraka Mtimkulu, his friend. We were busy making braai with my wife, just a piece of braai with my wife. Do you know what happened? They went straight to the braai place and ate almost that meat up. And then what we did, we were very hungry. And to make another braai, it will take us 30 to 45 minutes. Rile rashe bana le mofumahadi. Ka re, "He ausi, mme, lebese le teng ka fridge-ing. Ha re je papa ka lebese o fele." You can imagine, from a nice lamb chops to papa ka lebese. But we were happy because they got something out of my eyes. Not forgetting, we won't forget the many blessed boke, the many velde biese that he gave us after hunting. That was Musiwa, who felt free and comfortable with the family. Coming to jokes, I wish you could find him together with another brother of his, Muruti Lekota. You can imagine, it's a Kimuruti le political. You can make out what will come out of the two. The two some as the Sames, jou so jou tong en kakabene uitgelag. He was very supportive to the family. Each and every event that the family had, you would see Musiwa there. He gave the elders full respect, which is a good lesson and a good example to the young ones. The age between me and him was not so wide, but I was always humbled by the respect he always showed to me. Lastens wil ek net sê, ek het 'n boervriend gehad. Hy was 'n Afrikaner. Hy het altyd gesê, volgens hom, die lewe het twee dele. En dit is die lewe onder 30 jare en die lewe oor 70 jare. Die onder 30-jariges het die toekoms. En al die toekoms lê voor hulle. Die onder 30-jariges, as hulle sterf, dan heel die mense, dan kla ons en sê allerhande dinge. Ons sal sê, hy is te jong, ons het baie verwag van hom af, en hy is weg. En ek stem saam met hulle, want die toekoms vir hulle is gesnoep. Op die ander kant, die oor 70-jariges het nie die toekoms nie, maar hulle het geskiedenis. Hulle het hulle toekoms deurgeleef. Wat hulle het is die geskiedenis. Musiwa het wyd geloop. Musiwa het diep trappe getrap. Hy het diep trappe getrap nasionaal. Hy het diep trappe getrap in die familie. I just want to say to Ngwesi ya rona, Mantabiseng, to Kotani and all his siblings, to the Shange family, to the Lekota family, the Sitai family, and all who knew him. Kiri, Bahesu, ha risikeng ransa bikhapa. Rimpe rinse miyokho. Impa ising miyokho yatabo. Impa miyokho yateboho. Musiwa lived to live. I thank you.
Re a leboha Ntate Tshehla, ons is dankbaar voor die toespraak. Lekker Afrikaans gepraat Ntate Tshehla. Re a leboha. Re lebohile haholo ka nnete ke family ba re fa botho hore na Ntate Musiwa Lekota o shape-uwe ke value system e Ntate Lekota a e phelang, both lapeng, even in service to the society. Now we have reached a point where we would invite the address, or rather put it as is on the program, the eulogy by the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa. And for that task, I'll request you to help me to welcome the Deputy President as he proceeds to the stage. Please help me to welcome the Deputy President to give the eulogy in honor of this great giant, Ntate Musiwa Terror Lekota.
Tina Sizwe, Tina Sizwe, Sikalela, Sikalela, Ela Tatwa, Ela Tatwa, Namamshope, Tina Sizwe, Tina Sizwe, Sikalela, Sikalela, Ela Tatwa,
Ha ke leboge batsamaisi ba mosebetsi ba lapa la Lekota, ba lapa la Shange, mme wa rona mme Cynthia, bana kaofela, ditlogolo, meloko le metswalle. Ke tlisa matshediso go lona go tswa go mmuso wa rona, mmuso wa Afrika Borwa. Ke re tshidisegang. Honorable Premier of the Free State, who has welcomed us here this morning, Honorable Letsoha Matai, we thank you for that warm welcome. Former Presidents Thabo Mbeki, Kgalema Motlanthe, and Sis Gugu. Let me also recognize the leaders of the Congress of the People, recognize leaders of all political parties here present with us, Secretary General of the African National Congress, recognize all the speakers from different parts of the country, members of parliament, speakers of provincial legislatures, recognize all councillors, MMCs, premiers from all our provinces, ministers, deputy ministers. Let me recognize our traditional leaders, Dikhosi tsa rona le marena kaofela a le teng kajeno mona, re a le hlompha, religious leaders and all members of the clergy, veterans of our struggle for liberation, fellow mourners, dumelang kaofela. Today we gather as a nation united in grief, remembrance and gratitude to bid farewell to a towering figure of our liberation struggle and the democratic state. We honor Ntate Terror Lekota, a giant whose life was defined by uncompromising dedication to justice and service to the people. Ntate Lekota's political journey traversed the defining epochs of modern South Africa. From ideological awakening of black consciousness to the front lines of the United Democratic Front, the leadership corridors of the ANC National Executive Committee, and ultimately the founding of the Congress of the People. His life was lived in pursuit of a better South Africa, marked always by honesty, integrity, and courage. Ntate Lekota understood that leaders are transient, but the Congress as an ideal of unity and justice is eternal. He knew that the measure of a leader is not how long he holds office, but how faithfully he serves the covenant of Congress. From Dr. A.B. Kuma's reminder that to Congress we are loyal, to the steadfast guardianship of Sisulu and Tambo, that covenant has been passed like a torch across generations. Ntate Lekota carried that torch with unyielding fidelity. He stood as proof that while names may fade from ballots, the Congress ideal remains a beacon of unity, a compass of justice and hope for the people. Terror Lekota understood that leadership is not command, but service. For him, democracy was never a distant set of rules. It was a living instrument to transform the lives of ordinary people. He dedicated himself to ensuring that the Constitution became a shield for the vulnerable and a bridge across the chasm of inequality. He remained an outspoken voice, reminding all of us that democracy requires vigilance and principled leadership. Comrade Terror Lekota's activism, as we all know, began in the 1970s with the South African student organization, SASO, where together with comrades like Steve Biko, Bani Pichana, and others championed black consciousness and the liberation of the oppressed communities. His imprisonment on Robben Island alongside former President Nelson Mandela deepened his conviction that freedom was non-negotiable. From his youth, through the United Democratic Front, the infamous treason trial of Delmas, and into government, his journey was marked by sacrifice and service. As Premier of the Free State, the first Premier of the Free State, Honorable Lekota stepped into a province scarred by apartheid and laid the foundation of a united, non-racial government. He was instrumental in forming the provincial administration and embarking on a long journey to build a government that served all citizens. As chairperson of the National Council of Provinces and later Minister of Defense under President Mbeki, he carried the burdens of leadership with dignity. He envisioned a defense force not as an instrument of repression, but as a guardian of democracy and peace, a vision that continues to guide us even today. In guiding the defense force, Minister Lekota ensured that the instruments of war became guardians of peace, transforming them into protectors of democracy, still in its infancy. His vision was clear, that the strength of a nation lies not in its weapons, but in its ability to reconcile, to heal, and to live in harmony. Terror Lekota strongly believed that reconciliation was not weakness, but strength. Peace was not the absence of struggle, but the triumph of justice. He reminded us that democracy is not a gift, but a responsibility, a constant refrain that challenges each generation to guard and nurture it. President Cyril Ramaphosa captured his essence quite clearly when he said the following: Ntate Musiwa Lekota belonged to a generation of leaders who placed the interests of the people above their own, who understood that freedom demands sacrifice and that democracy must be defended with courage and integrity. Indeed, these words by the President capture the essence of a life lived in service of South Africa. Terror Lekota stood among those who carried the heavy burden of resistance, who risked their freedom so that ours can be secured. During the turbulent days of student activism, he would arrive at meetings with nothing but just a notebook in his hand and conviction in his voice. He would listen carefully, then rise with calm authority and remind everyone that our struggle is not for ourselves, it is for the generations to come. That was his gift, to turn passion into discipline and discipline into action. From his student activism with comrades like Steve Biko, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, to his leadership in government, he carried the vision of a South Africa that is non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, and united. He held steadfast to the ideals of the ANC's Bill of Rights and the 1955 Freedom Charter, that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white. One thing that also made him an exceptional comrade was his remarkable ability to engage across political and ideological divides, while remaining firmly anchored in the values of the Freedom Charter. In moments of heated debate, he was never swayed by partisanship or personal gain. Instead, he returned again and again to the Charter's call for unity, equality, and shared belonging. This fidelity made him not only a defender of constitutionalism, but also a reconciler, a leader who could listen, who could reason, and who could remind us that our democracy is strongest when it embraces diversity, and diversity of thought, while holding fast to the principles that unite us. Terror Lekota's passing during Human Rights Month, just before the 30th anniversary of our Constitution is celebrated, urges a reflection on whether we have honored the rights and freedoms for which he dedicated his life and effort. His passing compels us to ask ourselves whether we are living up to the promise of the rights and freedoms for which he labored. This is a question that demands deep introspection and honest reflection. It is a question that calls us to measure our progress not by ceremony and speeches alone, but by the lived reality of dignity, equality, and justice in the daily lives of our citizens. Indeed, we have walked far since 1994, but we cannot yet claim to have arrived. How can we say we have arrived when there is a child who has met every requirement for a degree but still stands on the verge of opportunity with no employment? How can we say we have arrived when there is gender-based violence that remains one of South Africa's most devastating and persistent human rights violations? Violence continues, not in a distant place, but in our homes, in our relationships, in our communities. As a society, we must all play a role in challenging harmful norms that normalizes GBV. How can we say we have arrived when there are still many who carry the highest income inequality? How can we say we have arrived when uneven opportunities continue to divide our people? Progress without opportunity is incomplete. Freedom without dignity is unfinished. And justice without inclusion is unfulfilled. Nevertheless, we can state without hesitation that Honorable Lekota's footprint is indelible in the milestones of our democracy. His hand is evident in the triumph of universal suffrage, in the expansion of housing and healthcare, in the opening of classrooms and the provision of social grants. These achievements are the bricks and mortar of dignity and the lifelines of hope for our people. In democracy, in human rights, in infrastructure, and in social development, his legacy is etched into the very fabric of our nation. Those who walked this journey with Honorable Lekota remember him as a leader of conscience, discipline, and integrity. Former President Thabo Mbeki has often reminded us that true leaders understand power as responsibility, not reward. In this tradition, Tate Lekota stood out as a principled defender of our Constitution and constitutionalism, as a defender of collective leadership and strong democratic institutions. Former President Kgalema Motlanthe, himself a custodian of unity and ethical leadership within our ranks, has spoken of humility in power and fidelity to constitutional values. These principles found deep expression in Tate Lekota's life, a leader whose moral authority flowed not from office, but from service, not from title, but from trust, not from privilege, but from the people. His life reminds us that true leadership is not measured by titles, but by values upheld and trust earned. Ladies and gentlemen, Tate Lekota's contribution did not end with a struggle for freedom. In our democratic government, he carried forward the same determination, turning his energy to challenges that continue to face our people. He understood that political freedom must be matched by social and economic justice. In all his endeavors, he was determined to create opportunities for every child to learn, for every worker to earn a decent living, and for every family to live with dignity. He believed that education was the key for breaking the cycle of poverty, that skills development was the bridge to employment, and that empowering the youth was the surest way to secure their future. Tate Lekota was a man who told the truth, even when it was uncomfortable. He did not chase popular acclaim, he chased justice. His integrity was not for sale, nor was his commitment to the downtrodden found wavering. He believed that the true measure of our liberation was not in the opulence of the few, but in the dignity of the poor. He was clear that corruption robs the poor, inequality divides the nation, and unemployment steals hope. He challenged us to confront these realities with honesty and courage, and to govern not for ourselves, but for the millions who look to democracy as a promise of a better life. Most of us sitting here today are aware that Ntate Lekota spoke truth to power, even when it came at a great personal cost to his political career. In the ANC and in opposition benches, he acted with deep-seated integrity, embodying the belief that public office is a calling to serve the people and not oneself. Perhaps his most profound contribution was his belief that a nation divided by atrocities of apartheid could not prosper without profound healing. He understood that wounds of our past were deep, emotional, psychological, and physical. Yet, he believed in the power of reconciliation, not as forgetting, but as facing the truth to lance the boil of hatred. If we draw from Comrade Lekota's life and convictions, his voice on today's conflicts would be clear and principled. He would likely remind leaders that democracy and sovereignty must be defended through dialogue, not domination. I believe that his refrain would echo that true strength lies not in weapons, but in the ability to reconcile, to heal, and to move forward together. The world does not need war. We do not need any violence and destruction. What humanity needs is the courage to resolve our differences in peace, in negotiations, and in diplomacy. This was the conviction that Ntate Lekota carried all the time, that dialogue is stronger than division, that reconciliation is greater than retaliation, and that peace is the highest form of justice. Even now, in his passing, Ntate Lekota has achieved what so few can. His death has brought us together. He has forced us to pause, look beyond our political divides. As a principal leader who valued dialogue, we should continue in his spirit to use the context of the national dialogue for engagement and coming together to shape the next chapter of our democracy. I must further highlight that Ntate Lekota's life speaks powerfully to the spirit and purpose of our government. Long before cooperation across political lines became a constitutional arrangement, he practiced it as a leadership value, understanding that unity across differences is a foundation of social cohesion and nation building. While his departure leaves us a void, his legacy as a committed freedom fighter who sacrificed his own freedom for ours will never be forgotten. As we bid farewell to Terror Lekota, we embrace his enduring values and vision alongside our mourning. Today, we must recommit ourselves to unity across difference, to justice without compromise, and to building a South Africa that truly belongs to all who lives in it. To Marona, May Cynthia, to the children, the grandchildren, to the families, and all the relatives, Meloko le metswalle kaofela, we thank you for having shared this titan with our nation. Though his voice is silent now, the echoes of his courage will resonate for generations to come. Rere Robalaka Kotso Patrick Musiwa Terror Lekota, your journey on this earth is now complete, but the freedom you fought for lives on. Your life will remain a compass for our democracy, and your values will continue to guide our nation for many years to come. Robala ka kgotso moetapele wa rona. Thank you very much.
Once again, can we recognize the eulogy by the Deputy President? Thank you, Deputy President, for such a moving eulogy, words of comfort, and also telling us that Terror Lekota may have left us, but his revolutionary spirit lives on. As we bid him farewell, let's pick up the baton and carry forward the struggle for total liberation and justice in South Africa. The fight is not over. Thank you very much, Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa. And at this stage now, I am going to make announcements. This announcement is, whereas I recognize that Ntate Jacobus van Straten, the chaplain, will be proceeding. I'm making these announcements that immediately after the benediction by the chaplain, the family and the deputy president are requested to follow the police procession. Due to limited space at the cemetery, we kindly request that the only members of the family, the deputy president, and the designated mourners should proceed to the cemetery. And these categories are aware of this preparation. All other mourners are requested to remain in this venue for refreshments. So, ushers will guide the family members to the transport as arranged. But now I take this opportunity to hand over to Sub-Chaplain Colonel Reverend Jacobus van Straten to take us through this important session of the official funeral. Thank you.
Mayor Lekota, Deputy President Paul Mashatile, former Presidents Kgalema Motlanthe and Thabo Mbeki, Premier of the Free State, all dignitaries present, all protocol observed. We're reading this afternoon Psalm 23. This psalm is well known, as this psalm is said by most people, and is one of the Psalms that people know by heart. I'm reading from verse 1. A Psalm of David. The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside still waters. He restores my soul. He leads me in paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil. My cup overflows. Surely, goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I shall dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Please allow me to use the words brothers and sisters at this point. Brothers and sisters, usually when we approach this psalm, we hear the words or we think of the image of the Lord as my shepherd. But today, I want us to look at the second part of the psalm and to ponder upon that. Just as the Lord is our shepherd, and as we see that he is a good shepherd, the Lord is also our host. And as we are grieving, and as we are mourning, and as we're remembering the life of Terror Lekota, I think it will help us to take a few moments and stand still at these last two verses. If we say the Lord is not only our shepherd, we say he is also our host. And therefore, I'm just going to read these two verses again and make some comments as we go along. In the first place, the Lord prepares a table before us in the presence of our enemies, which means that enemies does not have any power over us. The Lord anoints his guests' heads with oil. And when you sit at his table, your cup overflows. Then we find these words, surely goodness and mercy shall follow me. And if we look at the Hebrew language here, specifically the meaning of the words follow me can be, and I would argue should be translated to chase down or hand down, because in the Bible, this is the only place where the word radaf is translated with shall follow me. To try to understand this image, I want to transport you for a moment back to the ancient world, to the ancient Levant. Let us consider that there were no hotels or guest houses. Roads were not tarred. In the ancient world, they could not even complain about potholes. En route to where one would travel, there was many dangers, strangers that you would find on the road. You could easily be mugged. So by evening, it was important that when you got to a village, that you would go to the water pit or to the well and stand there and wait for someone to either do one of two things. Either to invite you in or to tell you to go your way. And this is the image that we should think of when we think of the Lord as our host. Now, there was a hospitality code in the ancient world where when a traveler arrives and someone would invite him in, the moment that he was invited by that citizen or that person from the village, he entered into a binding host-guest relationship. The host invites the guest, and by doing so, he provides him with protection for at least 3 days. 3 days, no one can do anything to the guest because the host keeps him safe. Furthermore, he would give him food and lodging and make sure that he has enough to eat to survive so that he can again go on his way. A bad thing that sometimes happened was that some hosts would, for this period of 3 days, see what the traveler had as belongings. And literally afterwards, after this 3 days have succeeded and they were on their way, literally in that time, or after that time, he would send out people to chase down that person and to rob him. So the traveler were in a very awkward situation. And this is within this context that we should hear the words of the psalm that God is our host. In God's presence, He prepares a table for us. He anoints our heads with oil. But more than that, there's no 3-day host-guest relationship. And the only things that can chase you down afterwards are goodness and the mercy of God. In some translations, it's translated with loving kindness. And that brings us to the point where if we are so, how long should I remain in God's presence and in His house? Then the answer is very clear. Forever, all the days of my life. Me Lekota family, we are not only recognizing Ntate Lekota's departure from here, but we're also struggling with our own emotions and with our own grief. And I think it's important that we should realize that we are all hosts in God's presence. When God hosts us, He does not abandon us. Actually, He ensures that our cup overflows. And in this time of grief, this is our prayer, that the only things that may chase you down or may hound you is His goodness and His mercy. Amen. Before I pronounce the benediction, you have heard already that there's only a certain amount of people that will be going to the gravesite, and that has been arranged. Ladies and gentlemen, however, we ask you that as the cortege is going to move out, that you will allow us space to do the ceremonial part of here at the venue. We are almost at the end of it. I'm going to request at this point for the marshalling officer, Lieutenant Colonel Moilwa, to come to the front. The moment that I have pronounced the benediction, he will give us further direction after I have moved down and after the pallbearers and the bearers have taken their place, just after the benediction. He will give you further direction in terms of the funeral. Let's rise for the pronouncement of the benediction. May the love of God the Father and the fellowship of Jesus Christ with the indwelling of the Holy Spirit be with you now and forevermore. Amen.
You may all be seated. Thank you, Ntate Moruti. Let me start by greeting our Deputy President, Ntate Paul Mashatile, our former President in our midst, all ministers in our midst, the Premier of Free State, Divisional Commissioner of Visual Policing and Operations, General Motatedi, and all generals, our MECs, Mayor of Amangaung, family of Terror Lekota, and the congregation at large. I'm Lieutenant Colonel Muilwa, who is going to be the marshalling officer for this special official funeral, Category 2. My job is just the little one whereby I'm going to announce the order of proceedings from the church to the gravesite and then at the gravesite. Then I'm going to announce again that please, when we leave here, the congregation must give us a chance to go out, and then from there they will use the very same door that we used to go outside. And even outside, they must give us a space where the whole procession is going to form up. Then the procession is going to be as follows. We are going to call our pallbearers and bearers to come inside to take the coffin. Then in front of the coffin, it will be our chaplain. Then it will be the bearers. And then behind the bearers, it will be the pallbearers. Behind the pallbearers, it will be our Deputy President, together with at least 3 members of the family. That is to cut short the long procession. Then behind them, it will be our police chief mourners. Behind the police chief mourners, it will be the family of Terror Lekota. And then outside, the formation will be in this way. When we get out of the door there will be our leading detachment form up in the form of a guard of honor, so that when we pass, they'll be able to give the respect. And then it will be the hearse. In front of the hearse, it will be Ntate Moruti Hape, and then it will be our band. Then we will give chance to the family to get into their vehicles before we move. And then please, when we move, all other members who will be going, or congregation that will be going to the gravesite, please do not overtake us, because when we get somewhere from here out of the gate. There's somewhere we're going to stop, and then we break, get into the vehicles so that we can rush to the gravesite. Then when you see us rush into the gravesite, please don't rush with us. Don't drive fast with us, because we need to form up again when we get that site. There's a point whereby we're going to stop, and then we form up, wait for the hearse and the family to arrive, so that after that we continue. At the gravesite, there's no space. That's the reason they say, it was mentioned that not everyone will be able to go that side. There will be a space whereby there are already members that will indicate or give direction where other vehicles must park. Behind the hearse, we are going to allow one family vehicle, immediate family vehicle, and then we allow the vehicle of our deputy president. And then from there, it will be our police mourners. Behind the police mourners, it will be the vehicles of the family. The reason for that is not like we are closing the family, other vehicles of the family not to be part. It's because of outside there, we are going to give the command. But if the procession is too long, they won't be able to hear those commands. At the graveside as well, we will allow the hearse, the family vehicle, the car of the deputy president to go inside. That is for us to, it is because there's no space to go inside and then we form up. Then after that, we will allow other vehicles to come in until at the end of the way of the ceremonial part. I think from my side, that's all from my side. Thank you very much. Oh, just one thing that I forgot. I will now call the bearers to come and then get our deceased.
General, Luna comrades for Vera. General, guys.
A very good afternoon to you once again with the SABC's continuing coverage of the funeral service of the late Terror Lekota. What you're looking at now, we are at the point in the program where he will be taken at last to his final resting place. He'll be buried at a cemetery in
As indicated before, the cortege departs for Powerbank Cemetery, and those who will be remaining, we request them to stay behind and they will be guided. Thank you.
Senhoras e senhores, boa tarde.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Within the state visit of the President of the South Africa Republic, Cyril Ramaphosa, we will soon have the ceremony for signature, followed by joint declaration to the press. We would like to request you all to take your seats and please keep your cell phones on silent mode.
Senhoras e senhores,
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the Republic, Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, and the President of the South African Republic, Cyril Ramaphosa.
neste instante,
At this point, the Minister of Tourism, Gustavo Feliciano, and the Minister of South African Tourism, Patricia de Leo, will sign action plan for implementing the Memorandum of Understanding on Cooperation in Tourism between the Federative Republic of Brazil and the Republic of South Africa.
o plano de ação
The action plan updates the objectives of cooperation in tourism in the respective countries, focused on promoting cooperation, exchange of information, training, and technical assistance in tourism.
Não tem um só, assinou os dois. Dá para assinar outro?
agora o
President of Apex Brazil, Jorge Viana, and the Chief Director of Trade Relations of the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, Malosi Lexuelo, will sign the Memorandum of Understanding on Trade Investment between Apex Brazil and the Department of Commerce, Industry and Competition of the South African Republic. The Memorandum of Understanding aims at promoting the exchange of information, trade, and investments, sustainable investments between the two countries.
Neste momento, faz uso da palavra.
At this moment, we will invite the President of the Republic of South Africa, Makamela, Cyril Ramaphosa.
Is that me? Okay, that was quick. Your Excellency President Lula Inácio Lula da Silva, ambassadors who are here present, and respective ministers, distinguished members of the media, and our various officials from both countries, and ladies and gentlemen. I wish to thank President Lula for the very warm welcome that he extended to us from South Africa. My delegation and myself have been so well and warmly received in Brazil, and we are truly grateful for that. We've had very constructive discussions this morning spanning a number of issues, and we are very pleased that President Lula and myself have witnessed the signing of 2 documents. But let me start off by saying, President Lula, that we wish to pay our respects to the victims of the recent floods who perished in the landslide of the state of Minas Gerais, and convey our condolences to their families. Our meeting and our visit takes place in a year that South Africa celebrates 30 years of our constitution. Brazil is one of those countries that contributed a great deal to the freedom that we now have in South Africa, a freedom which is encapsulated in the constitution that we are celebrating for 30 years. And on this occasion, we reflect on the progress our democratic nation has made and the sacrifices that were made by many people who struggled for us to gain our freedom and independence. And for this, we are truly and eternally grateful for the solidarity that the people of Brazil and the leaders of Brazil showed us during our struggle. This support contributed meaningfully to the achievements that we now celebrate in South Africa. Our visit to Brazil takes place against the backdrop of renewed conflict in the Middle East. We reiterate our call for the peaceful resolution of disputes in line with the United Nations Charter, and we condemn the loss of life, particularly the lives of civilians, and the destruction of vital infrastructure in that part of the world. And we call on all parties involved in this conflict to immediately cease fire so that the conflicts can be solved through negotiations. President Lula, your leadership has strengthened the foundations of our strategic partnership. We regard Brazil as a strategic partner in more ways than one, and we value your cooperation and also collaboration on a number of issues and areas. South Africa and Brazil share a commitment to equality, economic growth, and the eradication of poverty. And these shared values provide a strong basis for continuing to build practical, mutually beneficial initiatives that advance our respective national development priorities. I am joined in this visit by several ministers and officials working with their Brazilian counterparts. This delegation is well positioned to expand cooperation across key areas of mutual interest. However, President Lula and I, in our discussions, bemoaned the fact that we have not really lived up to the standard that we are entitled to. As the two countries, Brazil and South Africa, should be cooperating at a much higher level. We should be trading at a much higher level. Our two countries are the most industrialized on our respective continents, and trade between our two countries needs to be much, much bigger than what it is now. But we have both said that this visit is strengthening the foundation between our two countries, with regard to further trade, further investments. There are a number of areas where we need to be cooperating and trading and investing and researching much more than we do. Brazil is a leading country when it comes to agriculture. We have a lot to learn. It's a leading country when it comes to energy. We have a lot to learn. In tourism, you receive more tourists than we do. We have a lot to learn. And in defense and aviation, you are much more advanced, and we have a lot to learn from each other, and we also have a lot to show you as well. And so therefore, we want our businesses to cooperate at a much deeper and higher level. And the forthcoming business forum, which the Vice President and myself will be addressing, will be a platform for us to call on the business sector to deepen the relationships between our two countries. When it comes to other areas, for instance, in terms of just how you have gone ahead to ensure that at the social level there's great advancement for your people, is another area where we as South Africans have learned a lot from you. When it comes to sports, you have excelled in sports, in football or soccer, and we have excelled in rugby. So we have a lot to teach each other. You can send us your best coaches, and we will send you our best rugby coaches as well. So the South Africa-Brazil Joint Commission is a central platform for the work that we look forward to doing together. We already have a very strong formal platform through which we can enhance the cooperation between our two countries. We also welcome progress in the various sectors where our cooperation has been extended over many years. But we also know that we need to do much more, much better than we are doing at this point in time. For deepening economic cooperation is imperative, particularly now as the world is faced by tariffs that seem to be very unfair on a number of countries. We are the two countries that must be trading much more on a much more friendly basis. So South Africa remains committed to strengthening cooperation with Brazil in agriculture, agro-processing, and value-added exports, and enhancing reciprocal market access, including through the SACU-Mercosur preferential trade agreement. Our business delegation stands ready to pursue new commercial opportunities. We have brought together with us about 20 South African businesses, and next time we want to bring many more. South Africa serves as the strategic entry point for Brazil into the African continent, just as Brazil provides a gateway for South Africa into South America and the Caribbean. So this visit strengthens the linkages that we have, and for us supports a broader regional cooperation process. And so as we conclude our visit to Brazil tomorrow, we will go home knowing that our bonds have been strengthened and our intent to expand trade and investment has been consolidated, and that our strategic partnership with Brazil is extended to go even further. The clarity and warmth of our discussions gives me a great deal of confidence that the momentum that has been generated during this visit will indeed yield concrete outcomes for our two nations and will advance the interests of our people together. President Lula, thank you once again for your generosity as well as hospitality and the spirit of partnership that continues to define our relationship. I also wish to thank you for having attended the G20 that was held in Johannesburg. Your attendance at the G20 just lifted the stature of the G20. And I must say that South Africa was very pleased to be president of the G20 after Brazil, because we learned a lot from how you were president of the G20, and we copied quite a number of things from what you did. The most important one was convening the G20 Social Summit. We carried that work forward, and we were very, very pleased that we had a big Brazilian delegation, not only at the G20, but at the G20 Social Summit. And we are very pleased that you have pledged support for the work that South Africa has initiated with regard to getting the whole world to deal with the challenge of inequality. You supported the report that South Africa initiated, which was headed by Professor Joseph Stiglitz. And we also are pleased that you support our work to take that report to the UN so that it can be embraced not only by South Africa and Brazil, but indeed by the world as a whole. We count on your support as we will continue to support the work that you initiated during the G20 that you headed so well here. So for us as South Africans, it's like coming home. Being in Brazil is our second home, and we are truly delighted with the manner in which we have been received here. So thank you very much, my dear comrade and friend. Thank you, Monte Obrigado.
Senhoras e senhores,
Ladies and gentlemen, with the floor, the President of the Republic, Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva. My dear comrade Ramaphosa, President of South Africa, this is the fourth time that President Ramaphosa visits Brazil. But this time it is a special occasion because this is his first state visit to our country. South Africa and Brazil act to bring our continents closer together. We are partners at the BRICS, IBSA, and at the G20. We share the struggle of a more balanced and representative global order based on international law and multilateralism. This morning, we held a very fruitful meeting where we went through bilateral, regional, multilateral issues. Today, our countries are signing two instruments that will strengthen our economic, commercial, and political ties. We renewed for 4 years the action plan for the tourism sector with the goal of increasing business and leisure trips between our countries, answering directly to South African and Brazilian wishes. We have concluded an agreement on trade and investment between Apex Brazil and the Department of Trade, Industry and Competitiveness from South Africa. When President Ramaphosa and I met at the margin of G20 at the end of last year in Johannesburg, we saw that the trade relations is not at the level of the potential that our countries have. The annual exchange between Brazil and South Africa has been standing still for almost 20 years, reaching recently $2.3 billion.
Brazil, with 215 million inhabitants. South Africa has 62 million inhabitants. South Africa is the most industrialized country in the African continent. We're the most industrialized country in Latin America. Thus, there is no political explanation for us to not have trade above $10 billion. So there's something lacking in our relationship. Comrade, you're one of the few presidents who I can really call comrade, because you've been to the plant's floor in the same way as I have. And I think that this visit by President Ramaphosa is going to allow us to rethink our action for South Africa, because we have a lot of similarities. We have a lot to learn from South Africa. We have a lot to teach South Africa. We have things in the area of energy that Brazil has expertise in renewable energy, where we can exchange knowledge with South Africa. So we have a lot to teach and learn in science and technology. We have a lot to teach and learn in agriculture. Brazil is a big agricultural country. Brazil is a country that has an extraordinary potential, and all of this may be at the service of the South Africa-Brazil relations. Above all, culture-related issues. We have our minister here, Margaret Menezes. In addition to being a minister, she's a very important, famous singer. So, you should have seen her at Carnival this year. If you haven't, you missed out. So it's important for us to take a bit of our culture to South Africa and bring their culture to Brazil. I mean, I'm sure that we can have the dimension that we've got no borders. I mean, between Brazil and South Africa, there is no border, just a tiny little ocean between us, It's a piece of sea. I say to him, Ramaphosa, he can sit on the balcony at his house, I will sit on the balcony of my house, and we can wave at each other, because all we've got is like a sea between us. And it's not a sea that separates us. The sea was made to unite us, because political behavior by human beings is what has, split us up, because the sea was made to bring us together. So we also decided to expedite the conclusion of the negotiation of a cooperation agreement for facilitating investments in agribusiness. We want to move forward in sharing best practices and collaborate in animal health related issues through the Agricultural Cooperation Working Group. Brazil's promulgation of the agreement on cooperation in matters related to defense will open the possibility of new joint projects to be developed. South Africa and Brazil, South Africa, which is already a destination of Embraer aircrafts in the African continent, will also be able to become a relevant market for the defense industry. And then here, President Ramaphosa, something important here in South America, we present ourselves as a region of peace. I mean, we haven't got any nuclear weapons here. No one has, atomic weapons in this region. Our drones are used in agriculture for science and technology, and we don't use drones for war. So we thought and think of defense as, dissuasion. But I'm not sure if Comrade Ramaphosa can see that if we do not prepare ourselves in the area of defense, we might get invaded at some point, So this is something that Brazil has a similar need to South Africa. And therefore, we need to, put our potential together with yours to see what we can produce, build together. We don't need to buy from the lords of weapons, we could produce our own. What we need is for us to convince ourselves that no one is going to help us apart from ourselves. So the area of defense is a very important area, Comrade Ramaphosa, for us to work together. Very important that the Minister of Defense is here. She's meeting my Minister of Defense at 5, so they're going to have lunch together today, facing each other, and hopefully they'll talk a lot about Brazil and South Africa approximation in relation to the area of defense. Our countries also have great potential in the area of critical minerals, which are essential for energy and digital transition, which is ongoing. We want to rethink the role of natural resources exploitation, strengthening productive chains in our territories. And here, Ramaphosa, something important is that we need to have a concrete, we need to survey what South Africa has as far as rare earths and critical minerals. Brazil knows 30% of the potential that we've got in our territory, and we have a lot of things, and we have already told the world that Brazil is not going to make rare earths and critical minerals what was done with mining ore. We sold the mining ore, and then we would pay, we would buy the finished products paying 100 times more. No. Partnership now needs to be done so that we can do the transformation process here in Brazil, and we can work together with South Africa, you know. We could set up joint companies to explore these resources. I mean, they've taken all our silver, all our gold, they've taken all our diamonds, all our mining ore. It's enough. What else do they want to take, you know? When are we going to learn that God put all of this wealth in this territory for us, and we keep giving it to other people? So it's a matter of political decision, right? So us who have rare earths and critical minerals, we need to make the most of them so that we may turn this into a source of enrichment, knowledge, so that our people can live better. And the second thing is the climate change issue. I thanked South Africa's active participation at COP30, which was an extraordinary COP. President Ramaphosa and I shared the knowledge of a bold climate agenda that brings together environmental preservation, economic growth, and social justice. I invited South Africa to take part in the Tropical Forest Forever facility, which was launched in Berlin. This is something important, President Ramaphosa, for the first time. Countries from the global south, they're not asking for money from the rich countries. We created a fund, right? A facility, and then we are going to invest in this fund, and then if you invest in this fund, you're going to get yield from this investment, and part of this yield is going to be used to finance countries that keep their forests standing. And this is because we do not believe in the pledge made by rich countries in Copenhagen in 2009. They presented a proposal of donating $100 billion every year, and until now, so 2009 to 2026, this $100 billion have not been seen. And now we need $1.7 trillion. And then if you didn't give us 100, you're not going to give us $1 trillion. So this is why we came up with this ingenious facility, you know, the TRLF. We discussed the contribution of the sequences of the chairmanship of Brazil and South Africa, the G20, for advocating for these points of interest for these two developing countries. The Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty and the proposal of the International Panel on Inequalities are examples that we can build a lot when we know how to work together. It is important for us to preserve the G20 capacity of addressing the big issues of current times. This means that all members should take part in the group's activities, and it is in this sense that I have reinforced Brazil's support to South Africa's participation throughout this year. The G20 without South Africa is another forum. It is not the G20 which we created in 2008. Our bilateral partnership also brings us closer together in fighting political extremisms. At the invitation of the President of the government, Pedro Sanchez, me and President Ramaphosa will meet once more in Barcelona on the 18th of April for the 4th meeting in defense of democracy. We want to make sure that our countries work closer together in issues of regulation of digital environment, artificial intelligence, and the appraising of information sources as far as quality information, including domestic political issues in relation to strengthening this multilateral environment agenda. Brazil and South Africa, they share the conviction that the global South has to have an active voice in the big international decisions. I told President Ramaphosa of my deep concern with the scaling up of conflict in the Middle East, which represents a serious threat to international security and peace with wide-reaching economic and humanitarian impacts. These conflicts produce deleterious effects on the energy input and food chains. It is the most vulnerable, above all children and women, who suffer the most severe impact of these crises. Dialogue and diplomacy are the only viable path for building a lasting solution. It is important to remember that because of the war in Iran, fuel prices is hiking up throughout the world. Oil prices are going up very much, and they're probably going to go up in all countries in the world. My dear friends, the South African poet Dennis Brutus, in his poem There Will Come a Time, he dreamed of a time when borders would be less important than the shine of friendship. I'd like to thank once more my friend Ramaphosa for his visit to Brazil. And if there is a shine in our friendship that brings us close together, I'd like to say that as far as Brazil is concerned, the respect and care that we have vis-a-vis South Africa, the respect we have for your work and for the work of the other South African presidents, it is something that deserves that Brazil works ever harder for South Africa to be seen with good eyes by Brazilian intellectuals, business community, artists, politicians, so that we may stop looking to Europe, to the US, and we start looking to those who are close to us, to those who look like us, for those who have the same problems, and therefore we have the same solution. My dear comrade, be sure that we are going to meet in Barcelona, and then possibly, I'm not sure if you're going to be invited, but we're going to meet at the G7 at the BRICS, and we are going to meet still this year at the G20. So therefore, I'd like you to know that you are going back to South Africa tomorrow, leaving an old comrade behind, very much missing your presence. So send you a warm embrace, and thank you very much, comrade. And this ceremony has been concluded. We ask all of you to wait in your seats for the leaving of the President of the Republic and also the President of the Republic of South Africa.
Asseblief, kan ons allemaal ons as plekke kry as dat ons kan begin, asseblief?
Shall we all stand and have a moment of silent prayer? And
Kan ons almal staan?
Stille oordenking.
Amen. Can we be seated?
Almal kan sit asseblief?
Doen julle die roving mic ook? Doen julle die roving mic ook vir
Honorable members.
Of wie doen dit?
Agbare lede,
His Worship the Mayor, who's part of us, the Honorable Member of the Provincial Assembly, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you. Before we start, I would like to apologize that we are starting slightly later than what we had actually expected. It's because of the delay we had at Pardekop, where we were. So, my sincere apologies, ladies and gentlemen. I promise you we are not going to be long in this meeting because obviously the weather it's very hot. So I promise you, and I hope that you will also cooperate with me to make this meeting as productive as possible, but also as short as possible.
Would you like us to translate? Apologie vir die laat, dat ons laat hier aangekom het. Daar was 'n oponthoud gewees. En ons wil baie graag sê baie dankie dat u vir ons gewag het. Jammer vir die vertraging. Daar was 'n oponthoud gewees op pad hiernatoe. Dit is uitgesorteer en ons wil hê dat julle moet saamwerk vandag dat ons hierdie vergadering so vinnig as moontlik en so effektief as moontlik kan afhandel. En baie dankie vir die geduld.
Thank you. I will ask, after I have introduced members, the Chief Director of the Department of Land Reform and Rural Development stationed in this province to come forward, introduce his team, and then give us a brief overview of this project, and then we'll take it from there. On my immediate left is Honorable Masego, who is Member of Parliament and member of this committee, the Portfolio Committee on Land Reform and Rural Development. Next is Honorable Mkhaga, who is actually also a member of this committee. Next is Honorable Mtetwa, is member of this committee and member of Parliament as well. Next is Honorable Klitama, is member of this committee and member of Parliament. On my immediate right is Honorable Adams, who is member of Parliament and member of this committee as well. Next is Honorable Member Sylvia Isaac, a member of Parliament and a member of this committee. Next is Honorable Ndalane, member of Parliament and member of this committee. Is the member of the provincial legislature, whom I think you are familiar with. That is Honorable
confer. On the extreme right, I can't see properly. Oh, the mayor, he had a jacket on, and yeah, the honorable mayor, you are familiar with him. I can't introduce him to you. He actually needs to introduce us to you. Thank you, Your Worship. We have our support team of staff from Parliament. They are seated over there. I would then request the Chief Director to come and introduce his team and then give us a brief overview of the project that we are visiting now.
Good afternoon to you, Honorable Chair of the Portfolio Committee of Land Reform and Rural Development. Maybe I should start to introduce myself. My name is Nyameko, and my surname is Mgoqi. I am the Acting Chief Director for the Department of Land Reform and Rural Development, PSSC Western Cape. As requested by the Chair, I would introduce my colleagues that are here. We have Mr. Henry Boysen, who is a Senior Manager responsible for West Coast and Cape Metro. And next to Mr. Boysen, we've got a Senior Manager that is responsible for Strategic Land Acquisition, Dr. Mbekeni. I am looking at other colleagues who are Senior Managers, Chair, because I know we have already started preparing for the next 2 days in the other town. DDG and other Senior Managers have moved to the other side. There are other officials that are here of the department who are supporting the initiative. The list is a bit long, Chair, to talk to them. But colleagues, it is known that you are here. Basically, today, I'm just checking, apologies, Chair, the translation. I'm insisting on the translation because the requirements from Parliament were that when we have these meetings, there must be translations. And I think we complied as a department so that we can have everybody in the conversation. Okay. Okay.
Sure.
Thank you, ma'am.
No problem.
Yes. Chair of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Mwangu, as you have indicated, the background to why we are here from the department side, I will do that.
So, staan hier so vandag en agbare voorsitter of die voorsitter van die portefeulje komitee, agbare Ngangu. Verskoon my asseblief, dis die eerste keer wat ek probeer uitspreek. Ek gaan weer probeer Ngangu. Ons is vandag hier so om net vir u agtergrond te gee oor hoekom ons vandag hier is.
We are today having a meeting with the beneficiaries of the program Hex Refir Trust Equity Scheme.
Ons is vandag hier so om 'n vergadering te hou met die begunstigdes van die Trans-Hex Rivier ja, bevoordeeldes trust. Die trust skema.
And some of the people that are here, honorable members, there may be other members who were not at parte COP because we saw some, but some may have made their way here. In other words, there are 2 projects in the West Coast that the members of the portfolio committee are here to listen to the beneficiaries of.
So daar's 2 projekte wat op die Weskus gebeur en ons is vandag hierso om te luister na wat die mense te sê. Die een was in Paardekop en van die ander mense het vandag hier na ons by ons aangesluit om te kom hoor wat die geval is en wat gebeur.
We also accept that there might be other people who are interested in the work of the department, Honorable Chair, who may be here, but essentially it is those 2 projects that the interest of the members that are here could be stemming from.
Ons aanvaar dat daar ander belanghebbendes ook vandag in hierdie vergadering kan wees. Dit is so, maar ons is hier vir die 2 groot projekte, soos reeds genoem wat op die Weskus gebeur.
I am mentioning Hex Refer even though there was a briefing, Chair, in the morning, and I'm also mentioning Paardekop, just in case some members are here, and so that we don't close out, we allow the conversation to take place if they happen to be here.
Ek noem spesifiek dat ons vanoggend in die oorsig met die vanoggend voor die vergadering het ons genoem gepraat oor en ek sê spesifiek ook Heksrivier en ek noem ook Paardekop vir ingeval hierdie mense dalk vandag ook hier sit nog steeds dat hulle nie uitgesluit voel in die gesprek nie.
And lastly, as the department, we are here to take guidance from the committee and from the people themselves, so that we can see what we can do about it. That's all that I can say.
Dan laastens is ons in die kapasiteit hierso om leiding te kry van die departement self en ook van die mense wat hier voor ons sit vir u deelname om te weet hoe om die pad verder aan te pak. Baie dankie.
Thank you. I would be happy to invite members or the leadership of the Hex Refill Trust to please come and introduce themselves and then give us their overview of what is actually happening in their project.
Ek wil graag die mense van die Hex Refill Trust uitnooi om u mening te kom gee asseblief vir wat hoe u voel vandag in hierdie vergadering. So ek nooi die leiers uit van die Hex Refill Trust asseblief om ook te kom praat nou.
Can we open the mic there?
One, two. Ek is meneer Snyder, Simon Snyder. Ek wil net gou weet, waar ek is van Exervier Terras. Dankie. Goeiemôre, ek is meneer Snyders van Tarakama, ek is van Exervier Trust. Ek wil net gou weet, nou die punt, kan ons dan nie weer die plaas terugkry nie. En die vraag is, hoe werk die aandele skema op van die trust? Dat wil ek weet, want ons is...
Good afternoon. My name is Mr. Simon Snyders. Waar is hy vandaan?
Van Tarakama.
Tarakama. Ek is hier oor die Hex Refill Trust. What I actually want to know is, can we please have the farm back rather? And how does the kraals work? And can we just understand who gets the shares? What is happening with the shares in the Hex Refill Trust specifically? Thank you.
Maybe I was a bit misunderstood. I thought we were going to get the representatives of the trust who are involved in the management of the Hex-Rivier project.
Ek wil graag weet wie is die bestuurders van die Hex-Rivier Trust. Die insette van die bestuurders van die Hex-Rivier Trust asseblief.
Goeiemôre, ek is skola loop van Hex-Rivier. Ek maak net verskoning want die ou twee ouens wat by Trust was as nuwe daar is nie. Ponile nie en Andries van der Poel. Hulle het gedien by Trust. Hulle is hier nie, maar verskoning.
Net voordat hulle verder gaan. Nou is hier niemand wat vir ons die storie van die plaas kan vertel nie.
Kyk, die voorlegger het vir Andries vir Johan Miller gegee. Wat was bespreek het oor. Ek weet nie wat as Johan Miller is.
So, Chair, the person who's supposed to tell the story is not here, Johan Miller.
Okay, I will request the member of the provincial legislature to assist.
Die lid van die provinsiale wetgewer, kan u ons asseblief bystaan?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, members from the provincial, from the National Assembly, citizens of the Citrusdal Pharmacy, welcome in the House. Honorable Chair, the person responsible for give us the full information, that is the person with the Maya task is Mr. Johan Miller, and I think Johan is in the hall, Maya. He was supposed to draft a formal report to give us an overview, and that is the beneficiaries is here sitting, will add on that what Johan will represent to us. So I will call the Maya that Johan give us a full briefing what happened on this farm. So that is the end of the story. Johan Miller from the municipality side, that the Maya tasked him to have engagement with the owner and the participants to have a deeper briefing about what happened on this farm. So Maya, if you are here, is here. Okay, he will give us a briefing, a chairperson.
So baie welkom van die nasionale vergadering van die parlement. Almal is welkom geheet. Blykbaar van Johan Miller, voorsitter, die voorsitter is gevra of die provinsiale wetgewer het gevra dat meneer Johan Miller 'n opsomming moet maak en 'n volledige voorstelling kom maak van wat gebeur het op die plaas. Die burgemeester is nou tans besig om hom in die hande te probeer kry. Ek dink hy's in sy kantoor, maar dit lyk vir my sopas gearriveer.
Okay,
dit lyk of hulle hom nou gaan kry. Chair, it seems like they're trying to get hold of him. The mayor tried to phone him in his office.
I think I will ask the manager of strategic land acquisition to actually give us some insight into this kind of project.
I'll take you through the profile of
Chair, he's op sy pad. He's on his way. Okay.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Dankie, achtbare voorsitter.
Honorable members, Executive Mayor, Gemeenskap, all members in this meeting, good afternoon.
Goeiemiddag almal, achtbare burgemeester, lede van die portefeulje komitee, gemeenskap.
As introduced earlier by my Chief Director, my name is Luba Balombekeni.
My naam is Luba Balombekeni.
Yes, I work for the Department of Land Reform and Rural Development.
Ek werk vir die departement van grondhervorming en landelike nedersetting.
Our department assisted the group of farm workers in Hex-Rivier.
Ons departement het 'n groep werkers van die Heksrivier bygestaan
to buy 70% shares of Hexrivier
om 70% van die Heksrivier trust skema te koop.
On this one, Chairperson, it was a bit complicated at the time it was explained to us because there was a company that was in place before the current owner of the property.
Hierdie saak is 'n bietjie gekompliseerd wat vir ons gelees want daar was 'n ander maatskappy in plek voordat ons hierdie transaksie kon uitvoer.
Where there were 150 beneficiaries.
En in hierdie maatskappy was 150 begunstigdes.
And they received LRAD grants.
What type of grant?
Land, LRAD.
LRAD.
Yes, they understand.
They understand.
Yes. It's
En
an
hulle
abbreviation-
toelaag ontvang, LRAD toelaag ontvang.
It's an abbreviation for land
So
redistribution for
afkorting
agricultural
vir
land.
ja, dit's 'n
development.
afkorting, 'n afkorting vir die verspreiding van grondhervorming. Dis 'n toelaag wat ontvang is.
They received the grant,
Hulle het die toelaag ontvang
which was about 11,000
wat omtrent R11,000 was.
per person.
Dit was nou per persoon.
But their company was bought over,
Maar daai maatskappy is uitgekoop
which included the 70% share of the workers.
wat die 70% aandele van die werkers ingesluit het.
And
Later,
the purchaser of the company being a Mouton Trust.
wat ja, is Beton Trust, wat is daar geplaas?
Mouton bought over.
Beton het hierdie hele ding oorgekoop,
Yes.
die trust.
They bought even the 70% in 2018.
En in 2018 is die 70% deur die Beton Trust ook oorgekoop.
And in that process, they paid over
In daardie proses het hulle die volgende oorbetaal.
the beneficiaries.
Die begunstigdes is dan in daardie proses uitbetaal of
They
oorbetaal.
reported that they paid 64,000 per beneficiary.
Hulle het verslag gedoen dat hulle R64,000 per begunstigde uitbetaal het.
I'm glad that others are saying no.
Ek is bly ander mense wys nee.
Yes. Because this is the information that we received from the owners themselves.
Want dis die inligting wat ons ontvang het van die eienaar self.
In addition to that, Honorable Chair, Chair, they paid 1,200 for their livestock.
Aanvullend tot daardie bedrag het hulle 1,200 gekry vir lewende hawe.
And therefore the trust became defunct.
Dis die trust basies disfunksioneel.
Whilst that was taking place,
terwyl dit nou plaasgevind het,
Mouton had their own BEE program.
Het Mouton hulle eie BEE Broad Black-based Economic
Which
Empowerment
was
program
not
gehad,
linked to LRAD,
wat nie aan LRAD gekoppel is nie,
where the beneficiaries did not get LRAD grant.
waar hierdie begunstigdes nie hierdie LRAD toelaag of grant in Engels
They informed us
ontvang het nie.
that is still on in their own company.
Dit is nog steeds in hulle eie maatskappy.
Yes.
Daardie toelaag.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Baie dankie voorsitter.
Thank you. Okay, let us actually be in the meeting. Thank you for that clarity you have actually given us.
Dankie vir die duidelikheid wat verskaf is. Deur die vertel van die personeel.
Maybe I should have explained the purpose of our visit here before you started as this portfolio committee.
Miskien moes ek net begin het deur die rede vir ons besoek hier vandag aan u te verduidelik.
Towards the end of last year,
aan die einde van verlede jaar,
we received a petition
het ons 'n petisie ontvang
by 4 NGOs representing the people from a number of farms or equity schemes around the Western Cape and the Eastern Cape.
Ons het aan die einde van verlede jaar, ek het nie blooters gemaak nie, petisies ontvang.
And those NGOs are one Legal Resources Center.
So dis nie regeringsorganisasies, en een is 'n regsentrum,
Surplus People's Project,
Surplus People's Project,
Corruption Watch,
Corruption Watch,
and another one.
En nog een wat ek nou vergeet het.
So our role here is to come and listen to the people affected, to listen to their grievances, in order for us to be able to respond, meaningfully on the grievances that they have actually indicated in their petition.
So die rede vir hierdie vergadering vandag en hoekom die portefeulje komitee vandag hier is omdat daar petisies opgestel is deur hierdie 4 organisasies waarvan ek dit nou net genoem het. Ons is vandag hier om te luister na wat u in daardie petisie aangeteken het as griewe. So ons het aan die pad gekom om te kom luister na die petisies, die petisies wat opgetrek is. Dat u moet vir ons kom verduidelik. Wat is dit wat in daardie petisie staan? Wat is u probleme? Wat is die griewe wat u daar gelig het?
I'm wondering whether Mr. Adams, who represents these NGOs that actually put together this petition on behalf of the community here, is in the meeting, because we were with him at Perdekop.
Meneer Adams, ek wonder of u hier is en aangedui is so wat namens die gemeenskap hierdie petisies opgestel het, wat by ons saam met ons was by Paardekop.
If he is still around, I would respectfully invite him or her to come. Oh, it's him.
As hy anders.
Is it Mr. Adams?
Yes.
Okay.
Sure, where must I stand?
Ek het dit gedelegeer aan hierdie meneer my mond te seer. I've delegated it my mouth is sore, so he'll speak on my behalf. As jy
Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Chair. My name's David Neves from SPP, and I think many of the share. Oh. Sure.
If you announce yourself, then stop. So that it seems
Sure.
start again.
Okay, my name is David Neves from Surplus People Project.
I'm David Neves from Surplus People's Project.
I'm the staff member from Surplus People Project who worked with the shareholders and helped to formulate the petition.
Ek is 'n personeellid van die People's Project en ek het saam met hierdie mense gewerk, die begunstigdes, die aandeelhouers.
So what I'm going to describe are the key points contained in the petition that was
Ek
submitted.
gaan die hoofpunte van hierdie wat in hierdie petisie staan nou aan u verduidelik.
So there were 5 points.
Daar's 5 punte.
The first is we asked for accountability around these schemes.
Die eerste een is ons gevra vir toerekeningsvatbaarheid. Accountability in Engels. Wie's verantwoordelik vir hierdie skemas?
And we asked for accountability from the state. So we asked for accountability from the department, but of course also the members of parliament who oversee the department.
So ons het verantwoordelikheid of toerekeningsvatbaarheid gevra vir die lede van die parlement en van die regering oor wat hier aan die gang is.
The second of our 5 demands contained in the petition was that the recommendations of the 2013 Zalo Capital Report, a report commissioned by the department, be implemented.
Die tweede van die punte, hoofpunte in die petisie wat ons neergestipel het, wat ons eintlik geëis het, is dat die 2013 Zaro groep,
Zalo Capital,
that was decided in 2013, must be
it was commissioned by the department, must be implemented.
So that capital, that was what was commissioned in 2013, moet uitbetaal. Die kapitaal wat Zalo Capital wat in 2013.
Okay. So Zalo Capital was a consultancy firm. It was hired by the state. It wrote a report, a detailed report on these schemes, and it made a number of recommendations. Our demand was that the recommendations be implemented.
So hierdie Zalo verslag het sekere punte uitgelig en sekere goed voorgestel en ons eis is dat dit moet ingestel word.
Okay. The third of the 5 demands is that a full forensic audit be conducted of these schemes.
Die derde belangrike een is dat ons eis dat 'n volle audit moet uitgevoer word oor wat in hierdie skemas gebruik.
The fourth demand contained in the petition submitted to Parliament is prompt release of the findings, including of the forensic audit.
Die vierde hoofpunt van die petisie is die eis dat hierdie bevindinge van hierdie kommissie aan ons wat gemaak is aan die departement vrygestel is aan ons ook bekend gemaak word en met redelike spoed.
The next, the fifth demand was that the affected shareholders and beneficiaries have an opportunity to present to Parliament and members of Parliament concerning the issues in these schemes.
En die laaste punt wat in die petisie staan is dat die lede wat hierdeur geaffekteer word en wie dit raak, die geleentheid gegee word om hulle saak te kan stel aan die parlement en die lede van die portefeulje komitee.
So we did this to take forward the voices of the shareholders.
So ons wil graag die mense wat die aandeelhouers is,
and to seek explanation and redress for these schemes. From them, yeah.
So ons wil graag 'n verduideliking vra. Ons is hier om ons stemme te laat hoor en 'n verduideliking te vra aan die portefeulje komitee en die parlementslede oor wat hier gebeur het by die skemas.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that is why we are here. In particular, the demand that we actually exercise our oversight, and that is why we are here. We have a constitutional obligation as this committee and Parliament to, from time to time, exercise our oversight role on all government programs that are out there in our communities. So we are here because of that petition from these organizations. I was hoping that the trust, so the trust is no longer there. Now, I'm not sure whether the petitioners were aware of the current situation of the Hex Refill project.
So as parlement en as nasionale vergadering en as die portefeulje komitee wat hierdie plig aan ons toegeken het, is dit ons grondwetlike plig volgens die land se grondwet om van tyd tot tyd te kom in die gemeenskap in en om 'n oorsig te kom doen oor wat aangaan. So ek verstaan dat die trust nie meer bestaan nie. It is no more, defunct. So ek het gehoop dat die mense wat die petisie saamgestel het of wat deel was van die petisie dalk vandag vir ons kan bystaan of sê wat gebeur het, want dit is ons plig. Volgens die konstitusie, die grondwet van Suid-Afrika, is dit ons plig om te kom oorsig doen en te kom kyk wat hier gebeur.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you asked if the petitioners were aware of the fact that the trust had been shut down. So in consultation with the shareholders, we were aware of the fact that the trust was defunct, that it was no longer running.
So met na konsultasie met die aandeelhouers het dit tot ons aandag gekom dat die trust inderdaad dan nou nie funksioneel is meer nie.
But the precise history of the trust and the precise conditions under which it was shut down is subject to contestation and some degree of unhappiness.
Die manier waarop dit gebeur het, is onderhewig aan sekere mate van kontestasie, so daar sekere konflik betrekke teenstrydigheid oor wat gebeur het.
And I think it's easy to get stuck on the questions of the trust. Does the trust exist? Doesn't the trust exist? What's the status? The fact is that this was a project funded by the state, which provided funds to a group of then farm workers. We posed fundamental questions about what they derived from it. That's the larger question which I think we ought to focus on.
So is baie maklik om vandag hier te staan en vas te haak op die feit dat die trust nie meer bestaan nie en die trust. Maar die feit is tog dat die staat hierdie skema's befonds het. En die vraag is, dis aan die plaaswerkers gedoen en die plaaswerkers moet die geleentheid kry om te sê wat hier gebeur het en nie soseer net om te fokus op wat gebeur het met die trust self nie.
Right. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Our people are here. Strictly speaking, based on the information that we get from the department, we are actually would be talking to the wrong people because the project does no longer exist. That's what they are saying. But our people are dissatisfied. Ons mensen niet tevreden. So we would actually want to hear from them how they are going to respond to the information and the report that was given here by the Chief Director, Strategic Land Acquisition, who was standing here telling us exactly the historical development of what was then called Hex Refill Project. I will recognize hands.
Die feit van die saak is die mense is ontevrede. Ons mense is nie gelukkig nie. En hier is mense, maar ons weet u is nie tevrede nie. So ek wil graag vir die gemeenskap 'n beroep doen. U is hier en u het gehoor hoe die departement dit verduidelik het. Ons wil graag hê u moet daarop reageer. Kan ek asseblief mense se hande kry wat wil plek inneem in die middel om hulle insette te lewer?
May I start with with that lady over there?
about the fact that it's about
Yeah, it's important that we regulate our engagement by, you know, allocating specific time. The lady being the lady, I will give her not more than 4 minutes.
And you want me to tell her that she must announce herself? Where she's from?
Goedemiddag
I
allemaal.
will request that the speakers who are coming forward to speak must introduce themselves, where they're coming from, and what is their relationship with the project under discussion.
So, dames en heren, het is belangrijk dat u uzelf voorstel. Wie is u? Wie verteenwoordig u? As u nie iemand verteenwoordig nie, dan net ek is van so en so van die dorp. Of jy aandeelhouer was of wat ook al. Wie is u en van wat is u kapasiteit? Hoekom is u hier? En die dame mag 4 minute kry. Want sy was die eerste dapper een ook.
The gentleman over there, he must sit behind the lady so that when the lady is finished, then he takes over. There was a hand over there.
As u u hande opsteek, dan kan u 'n plek inneem op 'n stoel.
Was it not David who said?
Yeah, I think so. So please take a seat, sir. Enigiemand anders? Daar's hy. So u neem net die sitplekke in soos nee, jy hulle sal vir jou die stoel gee. Sit
But
net
not
asseblief.
the whole house, not the whole.
Okay, nie almal nie mense. Net iemand wat iets wil sê. Maar voor jy aangaan. So as jy staan, stel jouself voor. Waar kom jy
Not more
vandaan?
than 5, because you will find that what you want to say would have been said by the people in front of you.
En as u die persoon voor u reeds iets gesê het, kan jy maar net sê ek stem saam met die vorige spreker. Jy hoef nie weer die hele storie vertel nie. Ons wil nog vanaand huis toe gaan. Ja. Okay. Werk daai ding. Ek is so seker nie. Werk hy?
Dis Katrina Lof. Ek is Katrina Lof. Ek is by Executive.
Ooh.
Ek wil net sê
Waar is jy
daar
vandaan?
in
Waar
ons
is jy vandaan?
Executive. Yes. Daar in ons trust was iets wat nie lekker geloop het nie. Wat vir ons houers 'n bietjie onduidelik was. Ons het nie baie dinge as jy vir ons gesê nie. Ons het ook nog maar agterna ons uitgevind. En ons het ons klagtes by meneer Johan. As ek nou maar so noem. Afgegee. So ek stel nou voor, ons kan nou nie so lekker praat nie. Maar ons het vir hom gevra of hy nie kan namens ons dit voordra nie.
My naam is Katrina Hof van Hexrivier. So I'm from Hexrivier and I can't speak that nicely. So all of us actually asked Meneer Johan Miller to speak on our behalf because we can't put it so nicely. So please. Meneer Miller, het lyk my is jy. Is okay? I don't know.
Hey.
Shall
It depends.
Okay.
Yeah. Just while we, Mr. Chairperson, just while we're sorting out the next speaker, I won't take 4 minutes, I'm going to be very quick. I just want to point out that many of the people here are from Hexrivier, but Hexrivier and Paardekorp are not the only equity schemes. In Citrusdal, I see there are some members of RL ALG, another equity scheme. So this is predominantly Hexrivier people, but not exclusively Hexrivier shareholders.
Ek wil net baie duidelik stel dat dit is hoofsaaklik Hexrivier mense, maar nie uitsluitlik mense van Hexrivier nie. Ek sien daar's mense van ALG ook hierso. So dis al wat ek wou gesê het. Thank you.
Okay, there is a point of order here.
Thank you very much, Chair. In principle, for the petition, we came for the public hearing because petition, when it comes to Parliament, go to Speaker, get referred to the Portfolio Committee. We are on a fact-finding mission. So the people that are affected are the ones that we want to hear. How are they affected? So that is why we made an arrangement to listen to them one by one with their names for us to be able to can compile the report on what we found out to respond to the speaker about this petition. So we will appreciate to get the beneficiaries that can talk to us, and then we can be able to can do that work on your behalf. Thank you very much, Chair.
Ek wil dit baie duidelik stel dat ons as parlementêre portefeulje komitee hier is op 'n feite vind. Ons probeer die feite bymekaar kry. In Engels 'n fact-finding mission. Ons is hier so op 'n missie om te probeer uitvind wat is die feite van die saak. So, as ons baie waardeer, as u wat hier sit as die begunstigdes, net elkeen in sy eie woorde kortliks net wil sê, wat is dit wat u grief op die petisie behels? Dankie.
There is a hand also, Honorable Ndalane.
No, thanks, Honorable Chair. I think I will agree with Honorable Maseko that really here it's a petition. We are meeting the people, and we don't want the spokesperson. And only people must talk themselves for themselves. Please, Chairperson.
Dis het weer eens baie duidelik gestel deur die agbare lid dat ons die mense se stemme self wil hoor. Ons wil nie regtig net 'n spokesperson hê nie. Ons wil nie een persoon nie wat optree namens almal nie. Die persoon kan ook praat, maar vir homself. So kan u asseblief elkeen net wat iets het om te sê, die begunstigdes, die mense wat belang het hierby. Net in jou eie woorde kort, stel jouself voor, paar minute sê net wat is dit wat u in die petisie gemeld het as 'n grief. Want ons is hier om te probeer help en uit te vind wat is die probleme, want ons kan sien julle is nie tevrede nie. Dis ons werk.
I will greet all the members of Parliament. I'm Henry Botha. So today I come for, I want to explain you about everything in my community. So, ek is oorspronklik van Citrusdal. Dit is my geboortereg om hier te wees. So, die rede kan ek maar Afrikaans en Engels, né? Ja. So, ek wil net hieroor praat. Ek is eintlik baie seer gemaak in my binneste, omdat Maton Citrus, hy koop al die plase op, en dan, dat amper soos prijspackets, wat hy opkoop, en vergeet van ons mense, wat en wie die eienaars is, van daardie gebied. Tans, van Markuskraal af, was het Koopmanskraal, en daardie hele gebied hier op tot boop in die Witsenberge, is dit is wat terugkeer na ons mense toe die Khoi en die San mense. So ek is oorspronklik van die San. En onze mense, die truste word ook oorgekoop of dit word gestop. Net omdat Maton Citrus dit oorgekoop het. So onze mense se reg is nie meer daar nie.
The translation.
Okay. Translation. Yeah. Again.
Yeah? Okay. Honourable members, I am from Citrusdal, and it's a great privilege for me to be here today, but I have to tell you that I'm very hurt deep on the inside because Mouton fruits are buying up all the farms and they're forgetting about us people. I am originally from the Sun, and this is what really upsets me, is that the farms are getting bought up.
Tans is Kokta besig om onze mense terug te registreer op onze eie identiteit, wie ons was, onze afkomst en waarvanaf ons is. Verstaan u?
We want our identities to be out there, where we come from, ons kom vandaan.
Ek is Koos Koopman se bloedlyn.
Sorry, repeat that?
No? Bloodline of Koos Koopman.
I am from the bloodline of Koos Koopman, Koopmanskraal.
Dis reg. En dis hoekom dit my reg is om vir my mense op te kan staan.
I have to stand up for my people.
En vandag sien ek dat hier is verskillende mense wat inbeweeg omdat die Khoi mense en die San mense word weer gevestig.
I see people coming in because the Khoi and San are getting settled.
Maar hulle kom nie na die oorspronklike bloedlyn om vir ons te kom help sodat ons gemotiveer en geguide kan word hoe om hierdie dinge te kan doen nie.
But they're not coming to the original bloodline. They're not coming to guide and help us to take it forward.
Ek het die oorspronklike dokumente gekry van Kokta af.
I got documents from
Kokta.
Kolta.
Kokta, ja.
Kopta. Kopta.
Yes. En die rede hoekom ek dit aanvraag gedoen het, want daar was mense wat in ons dorp is en wat van ander provinsies is wat aankom en sê maar hulle is die enigste deur na Kokta toe.
There are people coming in from other provinces, and that's the problem that I have.
En hulle sê hulle is die enigste deur na Kokta toe.
And they say they are the only door to Kopta.
En maar Kokta het vir my gehelp sodat ek aan die mense kan bekend maak dat die ander organisasies is nie die enigste deur nie.
But they help me so that I can reveal to everyone that they are not the only door.
So, hier is ek, ons het 'n claim ingegooi.
Here am I.
Ons het 'n claim ingegooi vir Citrusdal.
We have a grievance from Citrusdal.
Yes.
A eis, a claim.
Hekrivier, Markuskraal en al daardie plase is deel van daardie eis.
All these farms, Hekrivier, are part of this claim.
Maton Citrus is deel van daardie claim want dit is op die kaart.
Maton Citrus, it's part of this claim.
Maar hier staan ek op as 'n bloedlyn van Koos Koopman, so ek is 'n prins.
I am standing up as part of the bloodline of Koos Koopman as a prince.
Yes, right now is ek 'n prins want dit is my geboortereg.
Right now I am a prince. It's my birthright.
So ek vra dat die parlement vir ons sal help om die goedes in te bring sodat ons ook San mense die probleem direk na die parlement toe kan bring en 'n oplossing kan kry saam met die komitee.
I'm asking Parliament to work with us so we can bring everything together and work together to find a solution to all this.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, dankie.
Thank you very much. Next.
Ek is gehoorslof. Ek teenwoordig nou die Ek is gehoorslof van Hekse4. Ek is een van die aandeelhouers van Hekse4. Destyd. Nou ek van die ongelukkigheid van my is die government het ons geld gegee om te boer. Maar die kan ek sê met Ton Citrus hy was bestuur van die trust wat die aandeelhouers het gesê